Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman. Here. Councilmember DeBala.
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Honzak.
Present.
Councilmember West.
Okay. Let's-
Councilmember Westlake.
Present.
Excellent. I don't think I can move my mic. So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this evening to the Tacoma Park City Council. We're going to start this evening with a proclamation recognizing Juneteenth, which is June 19th, 2026. We will also have public comments on voting items, general public comments, and then we will move into city council comments as well as city manager comments. Our presentations this evening include the Community Quality of Life Grant Awards, the Rent Stabilization Study, and then we will move into our voting session this evening. The first is a single reading ordinance awarding multifamily building improvement grants. The first reading ordinance approving the FY26 budget amendment number 4. And then we have the first reading ordinance approving the FY26 budget amendment number 4 for the stormwater budget. We will also be discussing the first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 2.04, to address the 2025 Council Compensation Committee recommendations and to remove outdated language. Our next meeting, as a reminder, on Sunday, June the 14th through Wednesday, June the 17th is the Maryland Municipal League Summer Conference in Ocean City. Therefore, on Wednesday, June the 17th, the council will not meet because a number of us will be attending that conference. As was mentioned, on Friday, June the 19th is Juneteenth, and city offices and facilities are closed Friday and Saturday for the Juneteenth holiday. On Wednesday, June the 24th, the City Council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will start with a proclamation recognizing Pollinator Week, June the 22nd through the 28th. We will have a presentation that evening from Advantis Healthcare on the hospital demolition. We will then have a series of items for voting session. The second reading ordinance approving the FY26 budget amendment number 4. The second reading ordinance approving the FY26 stormwater management budget amendment number 4. The second reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 2.04, to address the 2025 Council Compensation Committee recommendations and to remove outdated language. The single reading ordinance approving the Community Quality of Life Grant Awards, as well as a first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.24, Police Employees Retirement Plan to adjust participant contribution amount, and the resolution ratifying the collection bargaining agreement with Local 400. We will also have a series of work sessions. The first is the rent stabilization study discussion. The second is the National Capital Regional Economic Development Grant Proposal, or NED grant proposal. We will also have a discussion on legislative priorities to submit to the Maryland Municipal League, as well as a work session on recommendations for appointment to city boards and committees. On Wednesday, July the 1st, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will start with a voting session. The second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.24, Police Employees Retirement Plan to adjust the participant contribution amount. The resolution approving NED grant submission proposal, as well as resolution providing for appointments to boards and committees. We will also have 3 work sessions that evening. The community connectors, tentatively, a resolution ensuring, actually, nope, that date has changed, so we're going to scratch that. As well as a resolution approving legislative action priorities to submit to the Maryland Municipal League. As a reminder, July the 3rd is Independence Day. City offices and facilities are closed for the Independence Day holiday. And Saturday, July the 4th is Independence Day. City facilities are closed. So we will begin with our proclamation recognizing Juneteenth, June 19, 2026. Whereas the first enslaved Africans were brought as captives to what is now the Commonwealth of Virginia in 1619, and whereas Black people were bought and sold as slave labor for 250 years and suffered unspeakable acts of violence, and whereas President Abraham Lincoln first issued the Emancipation Proclamation effective January 1, 1863, freeing the enslaved people in the South. However, Southern slave owners in areas still under Confederate control ignored that order. On June 19, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and enforced the president's order, freeing the enslaved 2.5 years after it was first decreed. This day has since come to be known as Juneteenth. And whereas other systems of oppression, such as sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, and the police violence against Black bodies continued throughout our country's history. And whereas despite the progress made in the fight for civil rights, African American communities across the nation continue to face systematic inequalities, including disparities in wealth, education, housing, healthcare, and employment opportunities, as well as ongoing racial profiling, police brutality, and voter suppression efforts that threaten to undermine their fundamental civil liberties and human rights. And whereas the City Council recognizes the history of racism in our country and how it has led to many of these current day disparities. And whereas in 2021, President Biden signed legislation that made Juneteenth a federal holiday, and the City Council adopted Ordinance 2021-41, recognizing Juneteenth as an annual day of remembrance and a paid city holiday. And whereas the City of Tacoma Park is a welcoming community that celebrates and honors its African American residents' history, culture, and contributions to the nation. And whereas the City of Tacoma Park is committed to furthering diversity, equity, and inclusion despite challenges that exist. Now therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, along with the City Council staff and residents, do hereby recognize Friday, June 19th, 2026, as Juneteenth to acknowledge the historical significance of the day and commit the city to working to advance race equity. Now we're going to, thank you very much. Now we're going to move to public comments on voting items. As a reminder, the voting items, first let me go through the rules because we have a lot of new people. I just want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. You will have 3 minutes. We will ask for you, unless you've spoken to me ahead of time. I know there's a couple of folks here that are representing multiple people, organizations. You will have 3 minutes. I'm respectfully asking for everyone to say your name. If you live in the city, please provide us with your ward or street name, because it's helpful for us on the dais to know who our constituents are and what your concerns are. I am respectfully asking for people to refrain from distractive activities. There are a lot of us here. That includes clapping, cheering, booing, hissing, signage. We want to make sure that we're giving everyone their full 3 minutes and that we're respectful of everyone that may have differing views, okay? I think we can all do that, right? And I'm not going to judge the cell phone. All right? So with that, we're going to start with our voting items this evening. So the voting items are the single reading ordinance awarding multifamily building improvement grants, the first reading ordinance approving FY26 budget amendment number 4, first reading ordinance approving FY26 budget amendment number 4, and the first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 2.04 to address the 2025 Council Compensation Committee recommendations and to remove outdated language. Do we have any public comments this evening on any of those items? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any comments virtually?
Only general public comments.
Okay, wonderful. Now, we're going to move on to general public comments. This is when you get to tell us anything you feel for 3 minutes, okay? Let me make sure I get the mic going. Ooh, I love this. People are lined up and ready to go. Thank you all. This is awesome.
There's nothing in the rules than what you just announced.
All right. Excellent. There you go. You're ready to go.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and representatives of RFG. Are they here tonight? Representatives of RSG.
They are watching.
Okay, great. My name is Susan Rogers, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm also a representative for Community Vision for Tacoma, or CVT. CVT is an informal network of Tacoma residents and nearby neighbors dedicated to Tacoma Park's progressive legacy and leadership, working to strengthen the transparency, accountability, and responsiveness of local government. CVT would like to thank RSG for their initial report on findings that they gathered. While the RSG findings were limited based on the sample size, we would like to offer RSG and the council other findings that have been gathered by CVT. Over the last 4 months, CVT circulated a petition, largely to tenants in rent-stabilized buildings in Tacoma Park. The petition informs signers that our rent stabilization law is under review, and it urges our mayor and council to protect and strengthen our rent stabilization law by 1, prioritizing tenant rights, preserving affordable rental housing, especially for residents of very low to modest means. 2, limiting allowable annual rent increases to no more than the rate of inflation. We would like to let RSG and the council know that CVT has obtained over 400 petition signers thus far. It has been endorsed by 6 organizations, including Montgomery County Immigrants' Rights Coalition, the Congregation Action Network, Tacoma Park Adventist Church, Tacoma Park Mobilization, and Montgomery County DSA. Several renters mentioned in their comments that if their rent was increased above the rate of inflation, they would have to move. Quote, please protect and strengthen rent stabilization policies and programs. Without it, there is no possibility that my housemate and I could afford to continue to live here. Other telling petition comments. I am a renter. Tacoma Park has to stick to its promise to provide a livable community for all of its citizens, regardless of their income, background, and age. Tacoma Park is within, but not Montgomery County or other jurisdictions. We are an independent city with the ability to choose what is best for our city and its citizens. Translated from Spanish, I have worked in apartment building maintenance in Tacoma Park and Silver Spring for 20 years. If people like me who live in apartments had the income to afford monthly payments of $4,000 or $5,000, that would be ideal, but our salaries do not allow it. I believe prices should be accessible to everyone because having lived in Tacoma Park for 26 years, I want everyone else currently living in apartments to be able to keep saying that this is our city. God bless Tacoma Park. From a homeowner, quote, I'm a 50-year-old Tacoma Park homeowner. I'd like to see the council continue to make rental housing affordable. From a landlord.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but if you could please share your comments with us. If you could send it to the clerk, she'll make sure that we get the written comments if you have them.
Okay, I'll send it via email? Okay.
Yep, thank you so much. And I just want to make sure that people are aware. If you have comments that are written and you don't have enough time, I am going to have to stop you, but you're free to provide your written comments to the clerk, and she will make sure that everyone on council receives them. Okay, next.
Good evening. My name is Cam Crockett. I am not a resident of Tacoma Park, but I've always wanted to be. I'm the president of the Standby Guardianship Project, a nonprofit 501c3 that is being recommended for the City of Tacoma Park Quality Life Grants for organizations who are working to improve the lives of Tacoma Park immigrant community members and thus the Tacoma Park community at large. First, I want to thank you for expanding the quality of life grants this year to include immigrant support services and for considering our organization for this very significant grant. The Maryland Standby Guardianship Law is one of the best standby guardianship laws in the United States. It was birthed in Tacoma Park, Maryland. In 2017, immigrant parents in Rolling Terrace Elementary School shared their fears with the Tacoma Park Mobilization Committee. And they were afraid that they would be detained at their jobs and that their children would be left alone, traumatized, and taken into custody by the foster care system of Maryland. Sorry, I'm just getting angry about this. The real concern was taken seriously by CASA, the Mobilization Committee, and myself, and Sue Silber, who was the attorney for Tacoma Park for City of Tacoma Park for many years. CASA drafted a bill. Will Smith, Carlos Chavez put the bill into the Maryland legislature. It was unanimously passed by the Maryland legislature, and on May 18th became the law of Maryland. The Standby Guardianship Project has 10 volunteers, and we will assist any parent who requests our services to create a standby guardianship to protect their children. Since 2019, with the exception of COVID closures, we've had free clinics on Thursdays at the Tacoma East Silver Spring Community Action Center, and now we are partnering with the Gilchrist Immigrant Resource Center to provide free clinics on Tuesdays at their office in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and probably in the future in Wheaton. We give presentations at schools, churches, any organizations that ask us throughout the city of Tacoma Park, and would love the opportunity to train the staff of the city of Tacoma Park about family preparedness and about standby guardianships. At this time, ICE detained 3 times more immigrants in this area in May than they did the entire summer of 2025. Last week, I dropped our brochures at the ICE office where immigrant families have to report on Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring. 3 individuals had already been detained before 10 a.m. in the morning. The numbers are rising even though everything seems quiet. We need to be concerned because the silence doesn't mean that ICE is stopping, but rather it's taking different measures to remove valued members of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's going to be hard to pull myself together after that. Hi, my name is Karen Elrich, and I come from Ward 5. On June 10th, RSG presented their findings on the research they did in Tacoma Park's rent stabilization program. The report shows that the available data indicates that Tacoma Park's rent stabilization program is performing strongly with respect to its core objective of promoting stable and predictable housing outcome. Annual rent increase for stabilized units have been moderate and relatively consistent over time. Approximately 2/3 of our tenants have lived in our unit for more than 5 years, and more than 1/4 have remained for more than 15 years, suggesting lower turnover and longer-term housing stability within our city. This is incredible. Wow, what a wonderful job. We have achieved as a city to provide those most economically vulnerable a stable, affordable place to live. This is an incredible achievement from our city. Is it perfect? No. And this report has shown me what we can do as a city to ensure that we are doing all we can as a city for our most vulnerable neighbors. The report shows housing quality could be a concern. It says, I quote, approximately 45% of our tenants report fair or poor housing conditions and with concerns related to maintenance and responsiveness. I have 2 concerns about this statement. One, there's a big difference between fair and poor. Approximately 45% of how many tenants are they referring to? We need to address the concern of housing quality, and the good news is we have the infrastructure to do that. Each unit is inspected on an ongoing basis, and landlords are expected to address any citations. So if this is done, why is this not happening, and how can it be addressed? Some of the things that I have heard are, 1, landlords are not responding to their citations. The county has instituted the troubled properties list. If a landlord placed on this list, they cannot raise rent. I hope Tacoma Park can start doing the same thing. 2, landlords can't afford to keep up with the needs of the older buildings. So how can we help with this? Using the $1.3 million we have in our housing fund? Finding grants? Creating a GoFundMe? I don't know, but let's explore our options. Keeping in mind climate change, the greenest building is the one that's already built. So it seems to me we need an assessment of the quality of all our rental units. Working with tenants and previous and current inspection reports, we can create a fact-based report of what is needed to bring these buildings up to code and come up with a plan on how to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, come on down. Again, just as a reminder, we have a lot of people here and we have a pretty full agenda with a number of presentations. I'm just asking for everyone to please help us move things along by refraining from clapping and signage, okay? Come on down.
Hello, my name is Eliza Newland Carney, and I run the Civic Circle. We're a 501c3 nonprofit based in Silver Spring that uses music and the arts to empower young students to understand and participate in democracy. We appreciate the opportunity to apply for our Community Quality of Life grant and to speak to you this evening. Just as a matter of interest, I live right outside Tacoma Park on Tacoma Avenue in Silver Spring. But the event that we're proposing would take place right here in this building and would involve students from the schools in the Tacoma Park community. We launched in 2018 with a focus principally on grades 3 to 5, doing out-of-school time enrichment that included social studies activities like mock elections and songwriting and poetry writing and puppetry and other arts with students to explore what we call 7 steps to democracy. These are the civic skills you see on my T-shirt. Listen is civility and peaceful conflict resolution. Learn is news literacy and digital responsibility. Choose is voting. Join is service learning and helping others. Speak is advocacy. Act is organizing. And lead is running for office. And our goal is for students to gain civic skills, have an opportunity for self-expression, creative self-expression, and have a place where they can share concerns that are on their heart. We decided to expand to grades 6 to 12 a few years back, and one of the ways that we did that was to start an annual Youth Democracy Fest. The Youth Democracy Fest, which took place actually here in March earlier this year, the second annual Youth Democracy Fest, featured poetry, song, speeches, and visual arts from students throughout our community. We had students from Montgomery College, we had students from the Mikvah Challenge in DC, we had students from Blair High School and a number of other schools. It should be noted an important part of our mission is to close the equity gap in civic learning and engagement, so all of our programming is offered for free to students, mostly in Title I schools. So even though we believe the festival itself is a fantastic way to build community and student self-expression and bring people together and build democracy, it's also important to note that we do a lot of free workshops prior to the festival. In fact, we reached like 200 students at 5 different sites with all these free arts workshops with the funding for the earlier festival. So just to briefly tell you some of the testimonials, you know, we're partly wanting to get young people to appreciate and understand democracy. A dwindling number of young people really think it's essential to live in a democracy. And before this program, about 60% of our participants felt it was essential to live in a democracy, and afterward, 80% of them did. So we consider that a huge win. I was going to read you some testimonials, but I'm out of time. But people felt it was very joyful, gained a lot of faith, it built community. It's really a fantastic event, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Searcy, members of the council, Tacoma Park staff. My name is Matt Losak. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. We are the first and only regional nonprofit dedicated exclusively to renter outreach, education, organizing, and advocacy. Since our founding, we have worked across the county, including helping to support and establish tenants associations in Tacoma Park, and do support individual renters seeking promise to required maintenance and their rights. And we are grateful for the partnership with the Tacoma Park Housing Department in that endeavor. We have led the effort to establish rent stabilization in Montgomery County and often cited the success of Tacoma Park's rent stabilization law as an example of a program that balances the reasonable demands of the landlord industry to maintain a profit margin and keep up with legitimate expenses, balanced with the renter community's right to establish and maintain stable homes and healthy communities. We are pleased that so far, the data gathered in this report confirms the success of the rent stabilization program to protect almost half of Tacoma Park's residents who rent their homes, noting that they are predominantly immigrant, seniors, and people of color, and that they enrich Tacoma Park's diversity and quality of life. We urge the council not to be swayed by profit-driven arguments that destabilize these communities by weakening rent stabilization, weakening rent stabilization that will increase that increases the health, welfare, and prosperity of Tacoma Park as a whole. Nothing could be further from the truth when we say that it is in some way damaging the health and welfare of Tacoma Park. As the report so far demonstrates, the rent stabilization program has led to long-term tenancies, which in turn establish stable communities and their own value and fewer costs. Where rent stabilization is weak or non-existent, families are seeing high mobility rates, lower academic achievement for their children, increased safety net costs, and high crime, to name a few of these costs. Lastly, stable communities produce prosperity that benefits everyone. People who see their homes as stably integrated into the social, economic, and political lives of their communities invest differently and more heavily in local businesses and community life than those who fear being priced out of their homes year to year. The Renters Alliance urges this council, as we do Montgomery County, as we do Gaithersburg, as we do Rockville, and beyond, to take a dim view at any argument that seeks to weaken your exemplary program so that a few may profit at everyone's expense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Greetings. Randy Gibson, Ward 3. I want to share a few thoughts on the RSG rent stabilization report and documents. One of the 3 focus groups that RSG held was community organizations. 10 representatives from 6 groups participated. The Long Branch Housing Action Team, We Are CASA, Montgomery County Renters Alliance, Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority, the Purple Line Corridor, and Community Vision for Tacoma, on behalf of which I participated. I applaud RSG for hosting a group that included community and renter advocates and for sharing a good summary of the discussions. I'd like to highlight a few excerpts. 1, quote, participants emphasize maintaining Tacoma Park's distinct approach where it reflects local priorities. Key takeaway, participants expressed strong support for maintaining the ordinance and its core tenant protections, unquote. This was a unanimous opinion that I believe should guide the council in the review of the various policy options. Most importantly, don't weaken the ordinance's proven effectiveness. 2, quote, participants expressed concern that homeowners and other stakeholders not covered under the ordinance may be underrepresented in the engagement process, noting that rent stabilization policies affect the broader community's health, welfare, and prosperity, unquote. This highlights the need for the council to seek the broadest possible engagement in decision-making. Renters and homeowners alike value the racial and socioeconomic diversity supported by our current rent stabilization ordinance. While the RSG report did not address this vital community value, you as council must. 3, participants, quote, participants caution that framing the issue in terms of broader housing choice or supply could blur the distinction between tenant protections and housing production policies. This is indeed what happened in the report. After presenting strong data on the positive impact of housing stability by our rent stabilization policy, the report then frames data around quality and then choice, arguably not a part of the scope of rent stabilization. The report concludes what are called rent stabilization policy components, but which should be more broadly considered in the context of the city's multiple housing policies. Lastly, the spectrum for each policy is described as a range of flexible to restrictive, when in practice is about reflecting local values. For example, the rent increase formula is really about the value we place in protecting renters. I appeal to the council to maintain protections on some of our most valuable residents, many of whom are immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Mayor Searcy and members of the council. My name is Martin Michaels, and I'm a senior staff attorney at We Are CASA, a national immigrant powerhouse with local roots right here in Tacoma Park, dating back many years. We Are CASA focuses on building power and improving the quality of life in working class, Black, Latino, Afro-descendant, Indigenous, and immigrant communities. We Are CASA proudly supports rent stabilization because, frankly, it works. Our members, many of them immigrant and working class renters, see the benefits firsthand when they can budget and plan around reasonable, predictable rent increases. We certainly appreciate the efforts by the city and RSG to study this and solicit input from the community. However, when it comes to rent stabilization, We Are CASA urges the city to maintain our current law and not allow excessive rent hikes that would increase housing instability and evictions in the community. Respectfully, as the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? The city has an exemplary law that works. It has protected renters for decades, and it serves as a model for other jurisdictions in our community. Now, more than ever, consumers need help. Inflation is at a 3-year high. Food and gas prices are surging. And then, of course, there's rent. Many of my clients come from across the county, not just Tacoma Park. We all know that rents are commonly well above $2,000 a month, not including utilities and fees. It's frankly unsustainable, and every elected official should be doing everything they can right now to be lowering prices and not raising rents, keeping prices down so people can remain housed. Opponents might claim that this reduces affordable housing supply. I think there's little to no evidence to support that, and there are already several exemptions, including the fair return exemption, allowing the landlords to raise rent in some cases beyond the cap. I would encourage the city to maintain this vital law and explore other incentives and opportunities to build affordable housing. And very briefly, switching to the Community Quality of Life grants, I would just like to say again on behalf of We Are CASA, we support those grants, and we thank you for your leadership and support on that. So I see I'm about at time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Again, just as a reminder to keep things moving, everybody is special, but we have a long line, and I want to keep things moving. So if everyone can please refrain from clapping, and let's keep everyone's comments flowing. Go right ahead.
Mayor and City Council members, my name's Graham Kopp. As I said back in February, I'm a Ward 2 resident, a former Tacoma Park tenant, a member of Montgomery County Democratic Socialists of America. And it's a big deal for me to be here speaking in a building named after another DSA member who 46 years ago, almost to the day, signed Tacoma Park's rent stabilization ordinance. Looking at the report that you're considering today, it paints a picture of a stable, diverse tenant community that has been able to put down roots here in Tacoma Park, where people can raise families in a place that they call home instead of being shunted from place to place every time they can't afford the rent increase. That's something we can all be very proud of. But today you'll be considering the report on rent stabilization and then moving forward on what policies to implement, what policy changes, what policy decisions to make. Some of them that I saw seemed sensible, to be sure. If landlords really don't understand the system for justified exemptions, then they should be educated on that for sure. But I also see many options that would deeply damage that community that we've built up. In the documents, I see policy considerations, including changes to rent increase formulas, rent banking, new exemptions, including unit-based exemptions and much more. I know that landlords say they need this all the time. And funnily enough, thinking as I was about Sam Abbott, I have here a copy of the minutes of the June 3rd, 1980 Tacoma Park City meeting that approved the measure. In what back then was called citizen comments, which I kind of like, the first speaker was a landlord from 7777 Maple Avenue, now known as the Essex, who complained that he couldn't afford this policy, that it was outrageous, that they hardly put the rent up by anything anyway, and they were great landlords. The next speaker, the next citizen, was someone called Howard Walter from 7777 Maple Avenue, who said that the landlord put the rent up by too much, the managers were always changing, and the improvements that they claimed didn't add up to that much anyway. So over the last few weeks, I've knocked on many tenant doors. I've heard about all sorts of landlords, but one message has been clear all the way through. No one wants a bigger rent increase, no matter how you dress it up. No one wants any inflation-busting increases, and tenants will not allow that to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Joshua Blum. I'm a Ward 5 resident of Tacoma Park. I moved here about 18 months ago because of the quality of Tacoma Park. Came down Maple Avenue, I would see kids playing soccer. I was greeted by waves. People are very friendly. And I'm very afraid about losing the character of Tacoma Park through weakening rent stabilization. We are verifiably losing residents already due to high rents. I've spoken to many landlords, small landlords, and also residents who have either left the city or feel at risk due to raising rents from the larger competitors that this law might carve out. And as an economist turned social worker, I know when a study sometimes masks important data. So going through it last night, it seemed like stability was being achieved in the study. And I really just challenge our city to think with the progressivism that we always have in the past when faced with issues. So with issues of choice that it outlined, we could consider laws like good cause eviction, making sure there's a good cause to evict a tenant. We could consider social housing on the hospital grounds, which could actually generate income for the city itself, which I could talk to you at length. Come find me. We could also think about quality. Through proactive reviews of the units rather than only once a year at move in and move out. I think if you ask any renter if raising their rent would improve their choice or quality of their home, they would say no. We need to stop trusting developers to forge our city. We need to take an active role and not trust the trickle-down economics that were entrusted with us for the last 50 years. Instead of listening to developers, let's take an active role. Let's consider things like social housing. Let's consider things like setting the rents. There's no way to separate our social politics with our fiscal politics. They're one and the same. So we should start focusing on investing on our residents. One of the ways we could do that is through rent stabilization. And if we lose the character of Tacoma Park, we really do risk losing everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Dear council members, my name is Sasha Olinik. I've lived in Ward 4, just up the hill at 112 Leave Avenue, for 15 years. 5 years ago, myself and the other residents of the building formed the Leland Tenant Association, which meant that when the former landlord put the building up for sale, we were able to utilize Tacoma Park's tenant opportunity to purchase law and eventually acquire the property. Later this year, we plan to make use of a bill that Governor Wes Moore recently signed into law, which will allow us to become the first limited equity cooperative in the state of Maryland. Throughout this process, I've been continually grateful to the council and to the city management for their support of our efforts. I've been impressed that this body has understood and championed a vision of collective cooperative ownership. In doing so, you've acknowledged the necessity of protecting the housing rights of low to moderate income folks like myself, and you have helped to create a pathway through which those who are less well off can make the transition from renter to homeowner and thereby secure their position as permanent residents in this vibrant, progressive city. The truth is that the proposed changes to Tacoma Park's rent stabilization laws will not have a direct impact on me and my neighbors in the building. As a self-governing entity, we will retain control of determining how much everyone contributes to maintaining our financial stability, and we will not be subject to the whims of profit-seeking developers and landlords. But despite the security that we will still enjoy, I feel obligated to point out that were it not for the strong rent stabilization protections of the city of Tacoma Park, which you have sustained for almost 45 years, many of us would have had to vacate our units long ago. And if I and many of my neighbors had not maintained our residence in the building, it's impossible to know for certain what would have happened when our former landlord put the building up for sale. It seems safe to assume that the building would have been purchased by a developer eager to capitalize on the exponentially increasing property values in Tacoma Park. Our current home would most likely have been transformed into 15 luxury apartments and condominiums, only accessible to renters and owners with six-figure incomes. I hope that this hypothetical runs contrary to your vision for the future of our community, and I urge you to reject the proposals to weaken rent stabilization protection. Please continue to search for other options for increasing the revenue for the city of Tacoma Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is Claude Henley. I'm the administrator at God Glorified Church located at 111 Geneva Avenue. We are a recent recipient of grant funding under the Community Quality of Life Grant. And it is my pleasure to be here tonight to say thank you for that. We have had the opportunity to partner with the Adventist Community Services, and we're providing a summer camp program for underprivileged youth in the community. I have with me Mr. Dave Flimmer, who is a representative from Adventist Community Services, and I'm going to share my time with him.
I also want to thank the council. It's been a long time since I've stood before you. I'm the co-director of Adventist Community Services on Sligo Avenue, just outside the city limits. The funding that you are providing for this summer collaboration will be leveraged roughly 3 to 1. So your money is being multiplied. I was not going to say anything, but in view of some of the earlier comments, as the co-director of Adventist Community Services, we're seeing an increasing number, usually females, and I've using the term, maybe it's derogatory, but ICE widows. They are freaked out of their minds about what's going to happen to their children. They're afraid to leave their apartments. We're collaborating with some people in the community to do home deliveries to those families where they are absolutely not leaving their residence for any reason, just out of fear for ICE. They'll come to the center crying, asking for advice of what to do, what's going to happen to my children. Now, if one of them is already 19, it makes it a little easier. You hate to put that burden on a 19-year-old should the widow get picked up as well, but at least it keeps it, in a unit whereas when a family has all minor children, they are just scared out of their minds. And I think the council needs to be aware of that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next. Again, I don't want to have to keep reminding because I see that some of the folks that are clapping quite loudly are our regulars. So I just want to remind everyone, we do have a list of people, a long line of people that are waiting. I don't want to have to keep stopping the meeting to keep doing this. So everybody, let's just be respectful. Go right ahead.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I'm Steve Ney. I live on Woodland Avenue, which I believe is in Ward 3 after we were gerrymandered a couple of years ago. I used to be in Cindy's ward. I just want to say that even though I'm a homeowner, I strongly support rent stabilization. And it's working well, as you've heard from many other speakers. It keeps our community together, keeps our community stable. I'm a civil rights and disability rights attorney, also a retired middle school teacher, public school teacher, and I've seen firsthand how rent stabilization has helped keep our community together. It keeps the rents affordable and reasonable, and in that way allowed the tenants to stay in their homes. I've represented families on Maple Avenue in special education cases, and I've tutored their children in the after-school programs and in the lunch and learn program. I'm friends with these families, and I've seen that the reasonable rents have allowed them to remain and thrive in Takoma Park. And race, of course, and racial equity is a big factor. As the city recently noted in the memo, that 84% of renters are non-white, and many of them almost all of them earn less than $50,000 a year. So this is a real impact, rent stabilization, in terms of keeping our city integrated and diverse. And it's interesting that how, we all know government is being attacked mainly from the right, but it's being attacked all over. This is a case where the government did something 46 years ago, this government, this city, and it's worked then and it's working now. And, it's a success. I would say don't mess with success. And I commend the consultants for their report, which showed that rent stabilization is meeting its goals of keeping rents moderate and enable tenants to stay in their homes. 1/3 of tenants, I think that's the number, have stayed in their homes 15 years or more. Now, we hear the argument often that rent stabilization somehow is preventing development in Takoma Park. Well, the study actually looked at that question and noted that there are many factors that affect development, or in this case, lack of development. One of the main ones is there's very little land to develop in Tacoma Park. The housing is very dense. There are broader economic and market and financing issues, complexity of development. So the credit issues, regional housing pressures, all of those are the factors, the main factors. They did not identify. The consultants did not.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. And please feel free to share your comments with the clerk. Hold on one second. I don't think your mic is working. Let me try to click it off and click it back on. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm seeing a mute all on my screen, and I didn't click it, I promise. Hit that button again for me. All right, let's check. Hold on. All right, Tom, try something. Just say something.
Hello.
All right,
Okay.
we're back.
All right, there aren't too many ways to shut me up.
Give us a minute. Tom,
Okay.
you know, the last time you tried to blame me, it was your phone.
Well, I'm blaming you again. So there aren't too many ways to shut me up, but you sure as heck found one. Okay, so I'm Tom Gagliardo. I live in Ward 1, but as I often say, it's more important to note that I live in the city of Tacoma Park, and all of you represent all of us. I have to say this. I've said it before. There is a unanimously adopted resolution, and I believe Mayor Searcy and Councilmember Dabala were on the council that voted unanimously for this resolution. It instructs how meetings are to be run. And here's what it says about public comments. Those present at council meetings shall respectfully permit speakers to express their opinions without interruption. None of the clapping this evening interrupted anybody. It was all done in the interim between one speaker finishing and the next speaker beginning. You must allow us to express our views, including by clapping for people who we support. And when people come up and take a different view than I have, I expect their supporters to clap for them. Clapping does not deter democracy. Heavy-handed, non-existent rules discourage democracy. Here's the comment I was going to make. A couple of years ago, there was a housing forum, and Reginald Ruffin, who grew up in Tacoma Park, spoke. And he said, the question is, what kind of a neighborhood do you want? And what are you willing to do to get it? Now, the same resolution says that when somebody addressing the council in public comments asks a question, the question is to be answered. So my question to you is the same as Mr. Ruffin's question. What kind of a neighborhood do you want? And what are you willing to do to get it? Are you willing to stop gentrification? Are you willing to preserve the community that exists in the way it exists, or are you not? Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Brandon. I live in Ward 5. When I moved to Tacoma Park 4 years ago, it was the culmination of a 2-year search for permanent housing. I wasn't in poverty. I made $54,000 a year, but like many in my generation, due to student loan debts, I was significantly burdened. There was nowhere from Fort Washington to Gaithersburg that I could find that I could afford. My apartment in Tacoma Park was truly a godsend. It has now become the most stable living situation I have ever had, and contributed substantially to a higher quality of life than I have ever known. I found myself in a community here. My neighbors and I are a diverse community of retirees, healthcare workers, artists, public servants, young and old, from diverse faiths and backgrounds. Everyone benefits from living in a strong, stable community in which working people can put down roots and contribute to their community. Affordable communities are healthier and safer. Stable and affordable housing is the pulse of a living, thriving community. We are the working people that make this city. I consider any effort to undermine this city's rent control as an attack on my community and on my home. I urge this council to reject any effort to undermine our rent stabilization and commit wholly all their energy to maintaining and preserving it and strengthening it. Whichever way you proceed, we'll be watching.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Lana Anderson. I'm the founder of the nonprofit Small Things Matter. While I don't live in Tacoma Park, I attended school here for many years. Our nonprofit is super involved in the community, and we partner with a lot of local groups, including, the co-op, the Presbyterian and Adventist churches, many of the other nonprofits in the area as well. So thank you for this opportunity to share how the Quality of Life Grant Program is making a huge impact for the families that we serve. So we focus on food rescue and distribution to underserved individuals. Right now, we help over 12,000 people, many of whom are Tacoma Park residents, many of whom are recent immigrants, senior citizens, people with disabilities, and other extremely vulnerable members of our community who need additional support. So through this grant, we will be able to provide our residents living in several low-income housing communities with increased access to fresh produce and culturally appropriate foods on a bi-weekly basis throughout this entire next coming year. There's buildings across several of the wards, I believe, including Hampshire Tower Apartments, Parkview, Edinburgh House. And I would just like to emphasize that more than just, meeting people's daily caloric needs, we're providing nutritious food, we're providing culturally significant foods, even that little treat that helps you get through the week. And we're providing dignity and community and the normalcy that all people truly deserve to feel. And so this really improves health, reduces stress, and allows these community members to focus their time, their money, their effort on other parts of their lives, including, their careers, their educations, their families, and truly have a much improved quality of life. And I think we've also built a wonderful community of volunteers. Across all of Montgomery County, we've received so much support from the individual to even the state level. So again, we are so grateful for the mayor, the city council, and the entire city of Tacoma Park for investing in these programs that really promote health, dignity, equity, and community. And I guess urge you guys to keep doing that because it is what really makes Tacoma Park great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Tony Carey. I'm a renter in Ward 4 and also president of the Parkview Towers Tenant Association. I've been a renter here for 36 years. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the rent stabilization review, which included my participation in the tenant focus group hosted by the consultant. I also held a tenants association meeting along with council member Gilbert and community vision for Tacoma on the review process, including the city's survey. I strongly support the core elements of our rent stabilization law. 1, limiting allowable rent increases to the inflation rate, and 2, prioritizing tenant rights and protecting affordable rental housing. While Parkview Towers is exempt from the rent increase formula, as a low-income renter and advocate for justice, I fully understand the importance of low and stable rents for me and my fellow neighbors. I'd also like to comment on the tenant focus group that I attended along with 6 other tenants. I know that it was not clear in the group how many represented rent stabilized or exempt units. The focus group all agreed that there was a real need for clearer understanding of rent stabilization program rules. Little had been shared before or during the focus group about either the elements of the law or how it might be changed. Another point of interest in the focus group was the need to be clearer about the exemptions regarding different types of units that may not be covered by the provisions. I have recently learned that there are nearly 1/4 of units in deed restricted buildings like Parkview Towers that are not under the deeds and also not covered by our law. I think the council deserves attention. Lastly, I will comment briefly about the tenant survey. I appreciate the outreach to me and other tenants. However, the focus group, there was no question about whether you were a renter in a rent-stabilized or exempt unit. Unlike many renters, I felt unfamiliar with many elements of our law. Thank you, Council, for listening to me and others here and to protecting and strengthening our rent stabilization law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, I am Vera Ebel. I am a homeowner and data scientist in Ward 4. I was able to replicate some of the consultant's study results using the Montgomery permit data. However, in doing so, I noted that many two townships, larger than ours and not subject to rent stabilization, had roughly close number of permits submitted for repair and renovation, which would indicate that rent stabilization was not the causal factor for the actual lack of renovation within our community. 2, more egregiously, I noticed that fair was included as the top bracket in the 4 to 5% of the percent responses that were fair to poor. A fair is a conventional median response in a survey, so you would expect if the ordinance had no effect on housing quality or the survey response, that it'd be over 50%. The 45% is arguably a response that indicates positive housing quality in terms of the response, given the inclusion of the median value within its set. If this was submitted to me by a junior, I would review the source code, I would go into like the details, kind of like do that, but it wasn't. It was submitted by a consulting company that I have reason to believe may have been motivated to try to undo a policy that's protected many of my valued neighbors, which is why I'm so nervous. Sorry, I'm not a public speaker usually. So given that, I think there is, I guess, my questions around this study, I would be greatly resolved if the source could be provided, but without it, I must cast doubt on the 2 pillars that were cited as at threat from rent stabilization. I do not think the data that was provided supported it within the context of the greater Montgomery County area. So that's me. Okay.
Thank you. Next.
Sue Miller, Ward 3. As a former Piney Branch Elementary School PTA president, I know that what makes us Tacoma Park is our socioeconomic and racial diversity, and I know that our rent stabilization creates that diversity. I think we all appreciate that any city policy should be reviewed every so often. The problem with this review is that the framework sets up multiple ways to weaken our rent stabilization after documenting how dramatically successful it has been. Many can and will speak tonight to the multiple flaws in the report, as the last speaker just did, and the problems inherent in the way the report was framed. I just want to speak for a minute about the context of this review. It can't be ignored. Outside money from real estate and developer lobbyists and tech billionaires has been pouring into this county to try to take down candidates who support rent stabilization. It is disturbing to see city leaders endorse county candidates who've worked to keep Gaithersburg and Rockville from getting rent stabilization. The pressure to weaken rent stabilization is pervasive, persistent, and well-funded. But our community, as you can see, is organized and will resist. Please join us and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Denise Jones, Ward 5. I'm a Tacoma Park resident, and I am a proponent of strong rent stabilization. Rent stabilization has allowed me and so many of my neighbors to live in a safe, culturally diverse town. Not to belabor the obvious, I want to say to people here and those watching that most Black and brown people look for safe places to live as we have to navigate microaggressions and more violence every single day. Rent control offers mitigation from being pushed out of healthy communities to live in more challenging, perhaps more dangerous areas. At a previous minor master plan hearing, a younger Tacoma Park mother said how so many renters had been here for so long, and it was time for them to go. She was advocating for changes so her friends could enjoy the Tacoma Park community as residents. At what age should we pull tenant protections from aging families and seniors? The onerous adverse impact of weakening the rent stabilization policy components falls squarely on our most vulnerable residents, the lower income Black, brown, and immigrant people who provide the diversity so greatly prized in Tacoma Park. I will repeat what Steve Ney reminded us. 84% of renters are non-white. And I'll leave you with this last statement to ponder. Racism is spelled P-O-L-I-C-Y. I'm done.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Joni Eisenberg. I've lived in Tacoma Park since 1979. I've been a renter since 1979, shortly right around the time when the rules were created. I lived in several different wards. I lived in Ward 5, I lived in Ward 3, I now live in Ward 1. One of the reasons, many reasons I have stayed in Tacoma Park, one main reason is because of rent control. I could not have dealt with extreme costs of living. But another reason, I was here when Sammy Abbott was the mayor, and if those of you who don't know who Sammy Abbott is, go out and read what's right in front of the building about what to many of us was a hero, Sammy Abbott, who fought for the rent control. And many of us were right here in the room when he did that fighting. It wasn't just rent control that Sammy Abbott fought for, though. He fought for a community that was a progressive place to live, that stood for anti-war, many, many, many things. And I would hope, I mean, I didn't even know about this report, even though I'm an activist. I'm a radio show host on WPFW. I know about a lot of things. I didn't know about this report, but I read it on a little tree outside where I live, so I came here tonight. But I think that in addition to the importance of rent control, We have to think of the world and the country that we're living in, where we have a president who is totally against people, certainly low-income people, certainly black people, many, many people. Tacoma Park should be a place that is standing up for the people, not the developers. And I would just hope that that we keep rent control and that we keep Tacoma Park as a model for what a true community should be like, and not a model of what the so-called president would like to see, only for rich people. So I hope this rent control is kept in this city, and I hope we stand together for the Tacoma Park that many of us know, and the Tacoma Park that we are proud of.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I'm Eli Rice, and I live in Ward 4 on Maple Avenue. I'm also the Client Programs Coordinator at Meals on Wheels of Tacoma Park, Silver Spring, which is in Ward 4 and serves residents all over Tacoma Park. Our mission is to fight hunger and social isolation among homebound adults. Today, I'm here on behalf of the nearly 70 Tacoma Park residents we've served in the last year to express our gratitude for the Community Quality of Life grant that City have recommended to the Council for fiscal year 2027. The funds awarded to Meals on Wheels will make a meaningful and lasting difference for our clients, their families, and our entire community. We serve adults of all ages who cannot safely shop or prepare food for themselves. That includes older adults, but also people with disabilities, chronic conditions, or limited mobility due to serious illness or injury. Every weekday, we provide each client with freshly made meals, an in-person wellness check, and a sense of social connection. These are essential services that allow our neighbors to stay healthy and safe in the community they love. More than 90% of our clients tell us that because of Meals on Wheels, they can live longer in their own homes. Thanks to the delivery network and daily face-to-face interactions with clients, we're also able to identify and address other needs directly tied to their well-being. For example, this month we're delivering free electric fans to help cool clients' homes through the summer heat. We're so grateful for their dedicated service to our community. Meals on Wheels is truly a partnership, one that relies on support from community members, volunteers, government agencies, food businesses, and other nonprofit organizations. The city's support is a vital and deeply appreciated ingredient. I would also like to give a comment in a personal capacity as a tenant and resident of Tacoma Park on the issue of rent stabilization and the recent study on the impact of Tacoma Park's longstanding rent stabilization program. I'm not concerned that the city will eliminate rent stabilization entirely, but I am concerned that the City Council will weaken rent stabilization and that some groups of residents, namely people of color, immigrants, and people with disabilities, are more vulnerable than others to potential negative effects of a misaligned or improperly enforced rent stabilization program. In the city's outreach to tenants, assessing their needs and informing them of their rights and obligations, it is important to provide materials that are accessible for all residents. This includes providing materials in languages other than English, especially Spanish, Amharic, and Tigrinya, as well as providing simple English, large print, audio, and other accessible versions for residents with disabilities. We heard from a longtime tenant on this issue as well. More information, more accessible information. From my work with Meals on Wheels, with CASA, and with Montgomery College, I know how difficult it can be to provide this access, but also how vital it is. Many of my beloved clients at Meals on Wheels are long-term renters covered by Tacoma Park's rent stabilization program. These stable rents allow them to stay in their houses and stay connected to neighbors and local services that support them to live long, full lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Nicole Zimmerman. I'm a tenant outside the city, but I'm reading a statement on behalf of a fellow member of the Montgomery County Democratic Socialists of America who couldn't be here tonight, but is a tenant in Ward 5. Hello, my name is Katie Sterberg Tierney. I've been a Tacoma Park resident and renter for over a decade. Tacoma Park is an incredible, diverse, and thriving community that I've been so happy to call home and contribute as a community member. As a disabled person, I also appreciate its easy access to public transit, public green space, and closeness and proximity to many medical facilities. It is no way an exaggeration to say that living here has enriched my life, allowed me access to many things I would otherwise not be able to access. It seems that access is currently endangered though. Rent is sky high in the region. In fact, my spouse and I could not afford to move from our small attic apartment we currently occupy to any market rate apartment in the area. Like millions of Americans, I live in an economically precarious situation. Since my disability leaves me unable to work a full-time job, we rely on my spouse's income from their unstable contract of work to support us both, and my medical bills are steep, not only from managing chronic conditions, but from the fallout of having cancer and spending years paying for various related treatments and management. I share this with you not because my situation is unique, but because many of our community members have to deal with the same or similar struggles. In a region with astronomically high rent and living expenses, Tacoma Park's rent stabilization law is one of few tools we have to keep our city affordable and accessible. Weakening it in any way would place a huge burden on many overburdened community members, potentially forcing them out of their homes and communities, or leaving them to make heartbreaking decisions like whether they pay rent or get the medical care they need. I strongly urge you to keep Tacoma Park's rent stabilization policies in place to protect our residents and our diverse and wonderful community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Lexi Grove. I'm a tenant in unincorporated Tacoma Park, but I'm here to read statements from 2 Tacoma Park residents. The first is from Megan Graves, who's a Ward 3 resident. Megan says, as someone who spent years as a freelance artist, rent stabilization is what allows me to live in this community. Because of it, I've been able to put down roots. Almost everything I need, I can find in my neighborhood. Income that doesn't go to rent goes right back into my local economy, the coffee shop, restaurants, hardware store, co-op, dry cleaners, etc. Paying more for rent would likely price me not just out of Tacoma Park, but Montgomery County in general. I drive to work and have to find somewhere to park, probably in a neighborhood. I've lived in Tacoma Park for 11 years. I love the tightness of this community and the diversity, race, income, spirituality, etc. of its residents. I appreciate how deeply folks care for each other and the neighborhood. Tacoma Park's rent stabilization ordinance is the primary reason I chose to move here in 2015. It's a pillar in the community's vision of itself as welcoming. And then the second statement is from Amy Oden, who is a Ward 1 resident. Amy says, I support rent stabilization because I don't want Tacoma Park to become as overdeveloped as the rest of Montgomery County. I have lived in and around Tacoma Park for over 30 years, and I love my neighbors. I don't want people to be priced out of the area. I love that Tacoma Park isn't as overdeveloped as DC or Silver Spring. I love our trees and our unique houses and the community that is here now. Tacoma Park is an incredible place to raise a family. I know because I was raised here. I went to Tacoma Park Middle School in the early 90s, and I loved Now and Then and SNA Beads. I love how the neighborhood is now, and I don't want more people priced out of living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Should I?
Give me one second. Can we put 7 minutes?
Five is
Five is fine. Can we give 5 minutes for this one? That's what happens when you represent so many wonderful organizations.
Thanks, Mayor Searcy. Should I start?
Let's see. We'll wing it. Go right ahead.
Okay, all right. I'm Jamie Coppell, Ward 2, and before I begin, I just want to say briefly, I'm inspired by our many neighbors who are here in support of rent stabilization as a core component of what it means to be Tacoma Park. But I'm here tonight to talk about several grants that you're considering through the city's Quality of Life program. As a resident, I thank you for prioritizing the direct needs of our community members in this way. I'm here tonight as a lead with Blair Unida, Tacoma Park Silver Spring Community Safety Network. I also serve as a lead with MoCo Immigrant Rights Collective, and I'll briefly comment on the work of Tacoma Community Aid and the Roanoke Avenue Pantry. All 4 of these overlapping mutual aid efforts work in close coordination with each other. We are hundreds, if not thousands, of neighbors across Tacoma Park, including some of you, saying yes to connection and no to hatred. The cumulative annual financial value of the volunteers' most local-only labor of love that I'll talk about tonight is well over $500,000. But really, the value of what we're building is incalculable because I believe it represents the best of Tacoma Park's values. First, Tacoma Community Aid. Thank you for the grant you provided last year that allowed us to play a meaningful role in ensuring food security for so many of our neighbors, and for your consideration of a grant for this year to Tacoma Community Aid and the Roanoke Avenue Food Pantry. Community Aid has been delivering a full grocery shopping to 25 families weekly, directly impacted community members who do not feel safe venturing out of their homes, receiving culturally sustaining food from neighbor volunteers. With previous support, we were able to supplement with eggs, beans, rice, and sometimes chicken. Excuse me. Additionally, we serve an average of 75 families a week at the pantry. The next two groups I'm going to discuss are projects fiscally sponsored by local nonprofit org Direct Support for Immigrants. DSI is an all-volunteer org birthed by city residents who wanted to assist our immigrant neighbors. They have been an incredible partner as our fiscal sponsor, handling admin, donor acknowledgements, and many other crucial tasks on top of their own work in service of our community. Their fiscal sponsor for FIRST, Tacoma Park Silver Spring Community Safety Network, a mutual aid group serving families in Tacoma Park. We provide direct support to families facing immigration crises. We work in partnership with Blair Unida and IRC to ensure no family in our community has to face an immigration crisis alone. We've become experts at tapping into free printing at the libraries and in our neighborhoods, but some items are not easily printed at home. We need more materials than we can count on our generous neighbors to print. This grant will ensure we have access to printing resources to get crucial information into the hands of vulnerable community members and access to printing at bulk rates. I won't have time to talk about the specifics, but I do just want to name one example. Not only have we raised tens of thousands of dollars tabling at the community, at the farmers market each weekend, and recruited so many volunteers, but more recently, as we realized ICE was detaining and abducting so many of our neighbors at the ISAP location in Georgia Avenue, just over our border, many of those mothers of small children, we began tabling there, and we have been able to provide critical information that we need help printing to so many families so that they can safety plan. There's so much that we can do when we put print resources into the hands of our neighbors. And finally, Blair Unida is a schools-connected chapter of MoCo IRC, a mutual aid network born in February 2025, led by directly impacted community members. We help children with families with children who have a loved one detained by ICE. And what does it mean to be a schools-connected chapter? It means we know supporting our neighbors invites us to build connections that endure beyond these heart-wrenching times. And what better place to do that but our schools? So we're recruiting and training volunteers to serve families at Blair and the 12 elementary and middle schools that feed into Blair. And we have, as a part of our work, launched a legal fund. And while this region, I think we all know, has robust legal pro bono infrastructure, there is not time for someone who has had a loved one detained to wait hours, much less days or weeks. So private legal counsel is a necessary part of the equation, and that's what we're doing. Our legal fund fills the gap between what families can pay and what private legal counsel costs. On average, fees are $15,000 for one family. So we've been able to help so many families with habeas petitions, SIDGE filings, deportation defense, cancellation of removal, asylum petitions, and even paying bond. We are reuniting families. Today, I joined a Piney Branch Elementary School mama at a local law firm to discuss her 9-year-old son's asylum petition. She fears for her son's safety if he is ordered deported and would not have been able to afford the legal counsel without our support, and without the connection to Blair Unida made by a local teacher who teaches at Piney Branch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joseph Galula. I am a 2-year Tacoma Park renter. I'm also a MoCo IRC lead, so I do want to second everything that you just heard. But I'm here to talk about, shockingly, rent stabilization. I've worked on housing policy in various roles for the county. And before that, I organized with Jews United for Justice to help win their hard-fought county-wide rent stabilization policy. So I know the data, the debate, and the people who rely on these policies to live. The report is clear, and I'm just going to quote it directly. Tacoma Park's rent stabilization is performing strongly with respect to its core objective of promoting stable and predictable housing outcomes. TLDR, you have a policy that is working. Affordability should be priority number one when it comes to housing. Any proposal that weakens affordability should be treated with intense skepticism. Allowing higher rent increases doesn't improve the policy, and it undermines that core promise. The second priority that you should have when it comes to housing policy is the housing actually safe to live in? The report acknowledges a clear need to address rampant code violations and bring clarity to fair return processes. That can be accomplished by looking at your own community outreach and internal permitting processes, but letting landlords jack the rent is not supported by the data. I say that because we have other county data that demonstrates that fact. The county's recent report on its rent stabilization policy highlighted a truly unprecedented 69% reduction in all properties countywide that were designated as troubled due to severe code violations after just 1 year of it being in effect. Why is that? Because the county froze the rents for landlords who are breaking the law by endangering their tenants. Landlords got ahead of the policy and they finally addressed issues that were long overdue. So Tacoma Park would be well advised to do the same. The third priority then should be continuing to build more housing where you have space remaining to, and there are so many things to do before resorting to getting your rent stabilization law. The first would be streamlining permitting processes, zoning reform, and increased investment in nonprofit housing. Weakening your effective rent stabilization law skips over a lot of the other policy options that would be less disruptive to residents. Now for the truth. I live in Long Branch, so I'm only a USPS Tacoma Park resident, not a municipal one, but I'm speaking because I see the rats and I smell the mold when I visit my neighbors. I see neighbors living with fear of ICE and loss of income when their breadwinners are taken. The last thing they need is a weakened rent stabilization policy. And the fight for the county's policy is not over. And your decisions here, as you know, will set the tone for what comes next. So do not fail your residents and do not fail your residents' neighbors. Protect affordability and defend affordability in your rent stabilization law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is Omar Myers. I've lived in Tacoma Park on Maple Avenue for 25 years. When I moved into this apartment, my rent was, affordable for someone 27 years old with a new child and who had to work. My wife couldn't work, so I had to work on my own. So I could afford to live there. Now, the rent is almost double what it was when I first moved in there. And I understand, business is business, but I believe there was a change to the rent law sometime in the 2010s. And in the building that I live in, which is on Ward 4, it was like a mass exodus because people couldn't afford to, most people couldn't afford to live there. Most people that live in my building wouldn't qualify for any of the grants that these organizations are talking about, okay? They would not, I wouldn't qualify for any of the grants that are available to me. So what I do see, unfortunately, I'm not informed on what the survey said or what any of the reports said, so I'm only gonna talk about what I see. What I see is there were single family homes owned by African Americans on Ritchie Avenue that are now two-story houses that are for 1.4 starting to million to, and Ritchie is now becoming its name, Ritchie Avenue, because all the houses over there are over $1 million. Every new house that's built is over $1 million in Tacoma Park. Now, I know most people talk about, the town and all this other kind of stuff, but I don't see anything happening on New Hampshire Avenue. I don't see anything happening in Langland Park to increase revenue for this place. The houses that are over where the Purple Line is coming in have almost doubled in value because the Purple Line is gonna be there, which is gonna be revenue for the city, I understand. So the building I live in, fortunately, crime has been been to a minimum. I rarely have issues, but I'm not one to keep my mouth shut when there's something wrong with my apartment. I never have been and I never will be. And this is my first council meeting, but it won't be my last because this rent stabilization needs to stay. And fortunately, I usually don't answer the door when someone knocks on my door, but Colleen from whichever organization happened to knock on my door, and I was in a good mood that day. And she said something that I needed to hear, that I wanted to hear, because I should be able to look this stuff up every time I go to the Tacoma Park website. It should be like front and center, what the issue is, but it's not. You have to hunt for it. So, and most of the people that are here don't represent most of the people that live here. Most of the people are gonna be afraid to say something.
Thank you very much. Next.
I was standing in line for my colleague and friend Doris. So why don't you come on over, Doris? Also, recent Azalea Lifetime Achievement Award recipient 2026. Sorry, the line was really long, and Doris works long hours, so.
You wanted to say something?
You're in trouble. What do you want me to say?
You wanted to say thank you for the...
About the Zale Award?
No, for the grant.
Oh. This is another surprise. I would like to thank the City of Tacoma Park for the funding that you have provided to the numerous nonprofits. I volunteer for several organizations, and I see a change in what y'all are doing. The price of food is very expensive. You go to Aldi's, you have $20, you probably can get 3 things. But due to the funding that y'all provide, it makes the residents feel a little bit better for that week. So I would like to thank y'all. Also, I would like to thank y'all for the funding for Lunch and Learn. We have little kids who can't afford, parents can't afford camp for them this summer. So we will have over 100 kids that will be going to Piney Branch. So thank you so much. What else?
You did a great job.
What else?
Well, I'm going to use my mayoral privilege to kind of break up the comments really quickly.
No, you didn't.
Because I have here a certificate of recognition to be presented to Ms. Doris Durante in honor of your years of service to the youth and those in need in the city of Tacoma Park. For those of you that don't know Ms. Doris, she has been instrumental in making sure that people in Hampshire Towers have food to eat, working in partnership with Small Things Matter. She works with Lunch and Learn. The kids love her and they do what she says. So much so that adults do what she says, including myself. And so we want to just show a little appreciation to you as well for all of the work that you have been doing through the years for tenant advocacy, Lunch and Learn, working with our youth, and supporting the numerous residents throughout our city. 4th of July parade, you're everywhere. And we love you very much, Doris. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you for all the volunteers. How you do that?
Accept your award. Go get your certificate.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Doris. And back to our regularly scheduled programming. Come on up, Colleen.
Thank you from the whole community, Doris. Thank you so much, all you've done all these years. Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. It's great the consultants reconfirmed what Director McNally documented in earlier reports. Rent stabilization has helped protect deeply affordable housing, providing the stability renters need to stay and raise families here. But there's a big flaw with their analysis. It mostly fails to separate data for rent-stabilized units from data for exempt units. That's a major problem for evaluating code violations. The council knows that residents of some deed-restricted buildings have many complaints about code violations. The analysis provides no data to suggest the rate of violations is higher for rent-stabilized versus exempt units. So please don't assume rent stabilization is the problem and that you need to weaken the law to solve it. Another major flaw, the report's narrow focus on changing this one law to try to achieve all of the city's housing goals. That contradicts their own advice that, quote, outcomes are driven by how policies work together, not any single policy in isolation. Why then do they assume you should only look at rent stabilization in isolation from all other city housing policies to achieve all housing goals? We need an emergency effort to preserve our unusual treasure of deeply affordable housing, but that doesn't require weakening rent stabilization. Instead, here are two areas of housing policies to prioritize. First, ask the county to start tracking both at-risk and troubled properties in Tacoma Park, whether rent stabilized or not. The county already keeps such lists for the rest of the county, but to date has excluded Tacoma Park. Let's change that ASAP. And the city should prohibit rent increases at any rental building until the landlords earn their way off those lists by correcting code violations. A former speaker told you how incredibly successful this has been at the county level. They've had that in 1 year, the number of rental units in troubled properties plummeted 69%. Rental units in buildings designated as at risk fell by 57% when they said, you don't get to increase rents until you get your property off these lists. We need to do it for all rental buildings, not just rent stabilized the way the county does it. That's the stick we need, but we also need carrots to preserve aging affordable housing, especially for small landlords of goodwill and limited means. Please finally focus our housing reserve on this top housing priority. The reserve has $1.3 million in it that you've no current plan to spend. Please dedicate most of that to a new emergency repair program to save our aging, deeply affordable rental stock. Emphasize support for small and medium-sized landlords. Seek matching grants. This is the holistic approach to policymaking we need. Please direct the consultants to look much more broadly at housing solutions, not to fixate on trying to meet all housing goals by weakening rent stabilization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Mark Brockman, and I'm a renter on Roanoke Avenue here in Tacoma Park. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify. Over the past several months, I've spoken to neighbors and learned what their concerns are regards to rent stabilization. Of course, other tenants like myself would like for you to keep annual rent increases to no more than the rate of inflation, as well as to protect and improve the other elements of our current rent stabilization laws. I spoke to some of my neighbors as well who are landlords. One particular neighbor used to be a tenant in the property he has since purchased. He expressed that he wouldn't want to lose good tenants for the sake of increasing rents beyond the rate of inflation, but at the same time, it's very difficult for him to make improvements to the property. And I know you're aware of that concern. He and I talked about the fair return petition process, which was new to me. I've noticed that his comments were very similar as to what your findings were during your focus group with landlords, that the process is too complex, time-consuming, and too burdensome. I bring this up because it seems like the best thing would be to improve that program so that landlords are in a better financial position to make necessary repairs without having to increase rents beyond what current and valued tenants can afford. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Jim Walsh. I live on Westmoreland Avenue in Ward 3. Thank you. We love our speed bumps. They are great. We should lower the speed limit to 15 miles an hour. I appreciate all the work that people are doing here and coming out tonight to speak to the value of protecting tenants here. I value the diversity in Tacoma Park, the cultural, economic diversity, the amazing programs the city runs and camps. That's something that everybody should have access to. And the diversity in incomes that we have here means that more people get access to these important services. Now, don't throw the tomatoes. I am also a landlord in Tacoma Park. I actually own a condo in Lee that I rent out. I've passed every inspection without any flags. I strive to be responsive to my tenants' needs whenever they come up and keep it in tip-top shape. I haven't raised my tenant's rent by the full amount, or in some years not at all, because I value my tenant and being there, and I value the stability, and I want her and her children to be able to enjoy the benefits of Tacoma Park and not be forced out because of increases. As a long-term renter myself, though, I know that not all landlords act that way. And I would say that one of my biggest challenges as a landlord is actually when someone is leaving and I need to find a new person. And the cost associated with that can be immense, because if I miss a month rent, that is a big deal. And so as a landlord, I encourage you to keep stabilization programs in place, but help tenants find good landlords. Maybe we can get a good star if we get some sort of good review or something. So we're, can market ourselves as better, than some of the big, evil landlords that people out here are complaining about. I also think we need to take a broader approach to housing in Tacoma Park, and I want to give one example. On our street in Westmoreland, we have a house, as far as I can tell, is entirely abandoned. It is sitting there. It is dilapidated. I don't see why the city wouldn't be able to purchase that property, rehab it, and potentially rent it out as public housing, or potentially sell it as a deed-restricted housing to keep the price low so that it could change hands and help develop wealth. And I bet there's other homes in Tacoma Park. And the city could actually generate revenue through that process of creating a more stable, long-term affordable housing that is managed by the city. And so I think we need to think of new ideas to increase housing, increase access to affordable housing here. Because the landlord, tenant things are part of that, but we need to take a more comprehensive approach to housing. It's not just rent stabilization. It's about looking holistically at our entire community, which I'm really proud of our community tonight for taking a really holistic approach to all of this. So thank you so much, Council. Thank you, Roger, for all your great work and all your amazing updates. I read about half of most of them. But thank you all.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Searcy. I just want to make an observation. We see the diversity in this room. We also see the diversity at the dais. And I just want to say rent stabilization works. I was last here before the city council in the early 90s. I've been a resident for 29 years. And I remember Mark Elridge somehow managed to get into my building to say this topic was going to be discussed in the 90s. Rent stabilization works. With the diversity in this room, I really think we are hitting the mark. While we are part of Montgomery County, we are not Bethesda. We are not Rockville. We're Tacoma Park. And I think that makes us distinctive from the rest of Montgomery County.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. I come before you to express my deep concern about the rent stabilization policy review. It is my hope that you will not allow any weakening of the current rent stabilization law, and that after review of this RSG study, strengthen the current law. Tacoma Park's rent stabilization law is the best in the state. As the most progressive protection for renters in Maryland, I, like others, see how valuable our rent stabilization law is for our neighbors. If you change this law by paying developers with my tax dollars, I ask you to require an even greater percentage of affordable units. I was raised and spent my entire life in rental housing until I went to college. I feel a deep and powerful connection to the incredible value of affordable housing. Tacoma Parks is the crown jewel, where people can live and raise their families in a safe and affordable home. That stability helps keep children in the same school with their friends. I was born in Old Sibley Hospital when I was on North Capitol Street, and I grew up in Northwest DC. My first memories are of living at 14th and Euclid, where I was hit by a car while running across the street. From there, we moved to 5th and Kennedy, near the old Kennedy Theater. Our next apartment was at 7th and Missouri, where I started my schooling at Nativity. Staying in that same school with the nuns was my saving grace. From there, we moved to 13th in Colorado, and then on to 13th and Longfellow, where we lived in an apartment with relatives. Next, Mom found a place for us at 9th and Longfellow, where we got our first console TV. Soon we were back to 13th and Longfellow in our own apartment, and soon again on to 13th and Peabody. Our last stop before I started college at the University of Maryland was Fenwick Lane in Silver Spring, so I could qualify for in-state tuition. My sister and I were raised by a single mom who worked all the time to afford our home, our food, and our schooling. We shared her difficulties and understood that moving so often did not go well for our family. As an adult, I have volunteered on behalf of those who have faced difficulties similar to those I grew up with. Over the years, I have given countless hours to Christmas in April, Rebuilding Together, and Habitat for Humanity. I've worked for the Village of Tacoma Park Small Repairs Committee here in the Deauville, the Franklin, and Liberty Towers. I have never forgotten what my mother told me, "There but for the grace of God go I." I work with my neighbors because I see them, I feel them, I am them. Having safe, affordable housing is that important. It is our duty to protect, share, and stand beside our friends and neighbors seeking a home, keeping a home they can afford, a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Saul Schneiderman. I live on Lincoln Avenue in Ward 3. I hope you'll bear with me. I didn't come prepared to speak tonight. I am a foot soldier for CVT and their petition drive. I've been delivering leaflets to numerous apartments here in Tacoma Park, and one of the reasons that I volunteered for this is because I just had my knee operated on, and I had a knee replacement. I need to get the exercise. And I want to point out something about our community that I've noticed painfully, and that is the geographical topography of Tacoma Park. We are a community of hills, and I'm looking at our emblem here with hills and mountains on it. I have been, and I noticed that in the report, they say that 40% of our housing stock here is by small landlords with 4 units or less. I have been walking up, people, more stairs to get into small apartments here in Tacoma Park. I've been, first of all, with great deal of empathy for the letter carriers of our community. I have been shocked, and I've lived here my whole life, right, on some of these hills, how our apartments have been built here, how they were developed. There's one of the apartments on Lee Avenue called Wedgwood, and I always think that they've wedged in some of these units. People, the poor tenants have to walk up the steps on a hill just to get into their apartment, and then they have to walk up 3 flights of stairs, right? So the reason why I bring this up, it hasn't been brought up. I've talked to Randy Gibson about it, Mr. Environmentalist, and that is about the topographical aspect of Tacoma Park. It's so different from anywhere I've ever lived before. We are a community of hills, and our apartment stock, the ones that I have been delivering the petitions to, all I can describe them as is fragile. They're very fragile buildings. They're brick. They're going to last for a long time. But moving ahead and making big changes, please don't upset the fragility of our hilly community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Laura Craig Mason. I am a resident of Ward 3, or actually Ward 2, because I previously lived in Ward 3. That was the last time I was here. I previously was here as a renter, and I am now luckily can say I own here. And I'm a lifelong Montgomery County resident. I'm the child of people who grew up working class in Montgomery County. I want to echo what everyone here has said, that rent stabilization, the report shows that rent stabilization is working, which allows us to have a really rich and diverse community. One of the things I really wanted to speak to as I heard people talk was about the code violations. I personally dealt with that last year. The reason why I moved is I was renting a whole house, which was incredibly privileged, and I didn't have drinkable water for 2 months. And I, a person who is a professional, who has 2 degrees, couldn't even figure out where to go to hold that landlord accountable because I was renting a whole house. If I have that problem, how do the people who are tenants have that problem? To expect that they would be able to report and handle things so that they can have their needs taken care of. Sorry, I'm rambling. Let me go back to my point. What I have a concern is that this report mentioning code violations is abdicating the city of their obligations. This information has to be accessible to residents, and we have to find ways to hold landlords accountable. Again, I've moved out. I'm incredibly privileged. I feel very lucky that I'm able to be here. But most of the people who are right now living in the margins can't do the same thing. And if we make housing less affordable, they're not going to be able to move to somewhere better. They're going to go to somewhere worse that's going to have less protections for them. So I hope that you can hear all of the great ideas that were shared here today so that we can take some real, actual, accountable actions as a city to lift up the issues of the code violations and the other things we're struggling with, but keep rent stabilization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, all. David Reed, Ward 2. I'm going to put aside 75% of my prepared comments tonight, try to avoid redundancies, but share a very personal concern that I have in relationship to the RSG study. And that concern is illustrated by the fact that the study does not once mention or use the term diversity. Further, the study invokes the term equity only once on page 12. I don't believe that's the fault of RSG, but rather it reflects the mandate that was given to the Research Institute by the City Council. And as such, it raises questions about the purpose of the review and the city's values that are shaping its implementation. For me, the very essence of life in Tacoma Park is our immersion into a universe of cultural diversity. It is a repeated embrace of social equity that explicitly challenges the practices of exclusion in many historical periods in many other parts of our country. And I think then, to be consistent with our history as a city and our ethos, I believe that council must explicitly state that any subsequent refinements and improvements to the rent stabilization law must absolutely ensure the maintenance of our cultural diversity and reinforce the indicators of social equity in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Okay, do we have virtual public comments this evening?
Just a moment. There may be one person, but I don't think they actually joined the meeting. So
Okay.
let's double check. No. So
All
have
right,
none.
we made it. Now we're going to move on to council comments. Do you have any council comments this evening? Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who showed up tonight to comment on the various number of topics. It makes it worth me missing Game 4 of the NBA Finals, worth it. I want to say first, thank you to everyone who came out on Monday to help with the Man of Food drive. We're able to get that mission completed with the volunteers that we had. So thanks to everybody that came out. Thank you, Mr. Henley, for all the work you do at our church in Ward 4 in Geneva. I was able to, had the opportunity to visit that camp last year, and you do a masterful job up there with our youth. And it's good to know that that camp is going to be getting the funds that it needs. So again, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Mr. Olenek from the Leland 112 Lee Avenue, I'm glad that you're getting the support that you need for your property, and I'm hopeful that the next phase that you need to apply for and the grant funding that you will be looking for will come, and you can get everything you need done at the property. I look forward to coming and visit at some point once things get done there. and even during the process. Thanks to everyone who commented on the rent stabilization review. I feel like you're speaking for me, and I'm really appreciative of that. And for everybody who rents, and for hopefully those who hope to come to our community. I worry less about our rent stabilization law, as you all have so eloquently cited. It has been pretty stable policy for us in this community for decades. It's provided an opportunity for people like me to move here, develop here. For whatever you think about me, I am a result of rent stabilization and what this community provides for people who are underprivileged, underserved, what they can achieve if they can come to a community like ours. My concern is more about us being able to maintain our affordable housing stock. What good is rent stabilization for affordable housing if we don't have much of it? And as Director McNally has pointed out to me in meetings, and he sent me data, we've lost a lot of affordable housing stock over the past few decades. And so we've had conversations about ways that we can hopefully slow that down. And I've mentioned it before, and I'm hoping that we'll take it a little bit more seriously going forward. But I worry less about our affordable housing policy, but more about affordable housing stock. For those who are concerned about other policies, I just sent comments to housing this morning concerning our tenant protection policy. So there's more. And I have a lot of faith in our housing and community development staff and Director McNally. I'm a trained skeptic. For those of you, many of you know, I was in law enforcement for many years. So I'm looking for signs that there's maybe some objective to weaken our policy as well. I don't see it. I really see people are working hard to strengthen it, try to find ways that we can do it better, maybe. And I'm looking forward to the presentation today and making more comments about it and seeing how we can improve, if any way possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Mayor Searcy. I want to note, first of all, how appropriate it felt this evening that these two threads of comments were intertwined. The people that were here to support the many, many organizations that the grant program we're going to be talking about later. Their comments about the people that they serve and the discussion about rent stabilization really dovetailed very well, and they both reflect the kind of community that we have and that we want to preserve. So kudos to the mayor for doing that on purpose, if it was on purpose, and if not, lucky for us that we got to have all these people in the room together at the same time. I heard such consistency in the comments this evening about support for the program that has made our city the unique place that it is. And I also heard some great suggestions about the need to have a holistic approach to this. And I want to flag that I do think that there are a number of ways in which that may be happening that may not have become immediately obvious by tonight's discussion. Those of you who might have listened in, I'm sure that maybe the playoffs hadn't started yet. When we met last week, we were talking, I think it was last week, about the program that our sustainability and public works departments have put together to renovate a bunch of the older buildings, small family, multi-unit buildings of 3 to 30 units with new ways to meet sustainability goals that are also going to make life a lot more pleasant for the people who live in those buildings. I think we are looking at troubled buildings language in our tenant protection legislation that we're also considering this month, which shows that we are paying attention to the need to make improvements there too. And I heard a lot of good suggestions about ways that we might finance helping small building owners who are often the ones who have trouble borrowing money to fix their buildings, help them with other programs that we might have that could be in the form of low-interest loans or grants so that they don't have to come up with the money that they then can't recoup until after they've spent it under our current fair reimbursement program, which I think many of us agree, and comments tonight suggested could use some reforms. So what I'm going to look for as we dig into this program is how we make it stronger and better, how we keep stability but also address the other challenges, including the data challenges. I want to thank the person who pointed out some of the ways in which this report lacked some of the rigor that it needed. And I think we need some metrics from this council about how many additional units we want to build, how many units we want to protect, how we want to go about reducing the level of infractions that we see. And I think that the staff needs to look to us on the council to give that guidance, and that's what I hope happens through this process. So thank you to everybody who took the time this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Gilbert, is that an old light?
That is, Mayor, sorry.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief because it's been a long night, but I wanted to thank everyone that I got to meet and see at Pride on Sunday. It was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. I hope others did too. And I want to thank everyone for their comments tonight. I ran out of room to take notes, but it's all up here. And I look forward to coming to the discussions we're going to be having around rent stabilization and the various aspects of policy that are part of it. I look forward to hopefully finding solutions to some of the parts that are a problem and to try to not touch as much as possible the things that are not a problem. And as always, I always welcome residents of Ward 6 to communicate with me because, again, they are enjoying their lives at home, which is what I'm very happy for them for. But they can always follow up with me.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, also because of the fact that we've all been here a while already, I'll keep this brief. Thank you for the folks who came to talk about your community grants and for us to have a chance to meet you. And I so appreciate the volunteer work you all are doing. And I agree with Councilmember Lamb, having the two conversations together during the public comment at the same time was really helpful. So thank you for all that great volunteer work. And I'm grateful that we can support it. And to the many folks who came out on rent stabilization, thank you for taking the time and sharing with us your perspectives on the report, and more importantly, your perspectives on what's working and what you value about our community. That's really important for us to keep front and center. I am to some degree with Councilmember Gilbert less concerned about the policies of rent stabilization, which on many levels are clearly working. But I'm concerned about the stock, the quality of the stock, and to some degree, how much stock there is of housing. And on a couple of other, and I look forward to the conversation. And Ward 2 folks, you know where to find me. I was going to just mention that I will be one of the people at MML next week, but I will be answering my phone and checking my email. So don't let that stop you from reaching out. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I'm just deeply appreciative to everybody who spoke, and I've taken down as many notes as I could, and there were so many great ideas offered. I also appreciate everyone who came out to share what their organizations are doing to spread the impact and spread the reach of our city's values. And I think it's clear to everybody in this room that our values are about making this a place that is stable, where people can put down roots and be able to focus on on loving the people in their lives, and not on whether they're going to have to move away. And that's just been something very important to me as part of the decision why I wanted to be on this council, is to do everything possible to prevent the kind of displacement that is so damaging for people. As you know, I'm a teacher, and one of the projects that my students do is writing about how their neighborhood has shaped them, and particularly how the people in their neighborhood have shaped them. And it's quite striking, because I have students from around the DMV, of how often students write about having been displaced from the neighborhood where they were as a younger child. And quite often these are students of color. And they write not just about having to get used to a place where they couldn't walk places but had to drive, or where they don't know their neighbors, but they write about also being separated from extended family who lived in that neighborhood and who they would pop over to their house. And it was a mutuality. They would check in on grandma, and grandma was checking in on them. And these kind of linkages, once broken, they're very hard to come back. So, and I know that everyone who's doing everything they can to help our immigrant families in such distress right now is thinking about the same thing happening on an international scale right now. So thank you to everyone who's working on all these issues. And I agree, there were things that I bolded, but we have so many experts who have spoken up tonight, experts from their life experience, experts from the people they serve, the people they love from their childhoods. And I think that it's natural for a study, a professional consultant study, to try to measure numbers and to put values on numbers. But I think clearly we're talking about values in the sense of Tacoma Park values of love for one another. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. It is just wonderful to see so many people in here. I know that it takes a lot of everyone's time to sit through all of this, but I think this is what our society needs. So I don't know if the woman from Civic Circle is still here, Eliza, but it was delightful to listen to the work that they're doing on civil society and seeing what a vibrant community we have. So thank you for showing up. It was also, for anybody that missed the Azalea Awards over the weekend, a number of you were there, a number of people I see out here were honored, and very deservingly, and every nominee was just so wonderful to read about our rich culture of community service and who we are as we are talking about the kinds of values that we share. And thank you very much. I won't be able to call each of you out for those who spoke up about community quality of life grants. I couldn't agree with you more, Councilmember Landman. It's very apropos that we speak about this, and as I know the mayor, that was very intentional to do that tonight, so we could all hear each other also, which we don't always get to do. And I want to call out Ms. Crockett, Ms. Bechtel, and all the volunteers that are working on the absolutely essential immigration issues that are going on all around us, and the work on standby guardianship. Those are some of the most difficult cases to hear about. And all of us up here, as so many of your other electeds are just doing everything that we know of within our power, as are almost all of you, to do what we can when we're all feeling so powerless. So thank you for the work that we do and for continuing to do our best to show up for one another. It's very hard to feel so powerless on so many occasions. At least we live in Maryland. It's better than it could be. And now on the topic quickly of rent stabilization, which is not a quick topic. 51% of our residents, at least, are renters. And unfortunately, we often don't get the chance to see many of our renters in this space talking to us, just because realities are that life is difficult for many people in our town. I know many of my neighbors face that. Now, there was someone who said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I can tell you I've been serving in this role for 4 years. There are some things that are broke, really broke. Now, also, I want to correct something that I heard a lot of people say, at least the way I see it. I do not see rent stabilization as a singular policy. It's not. It's a multitude of policies. And that's a really important layer here that I think gets lost in the sort of more black and white dialogue that happens. The gentleman that spoke about the right to purchase, I consider that to be part of our array of rent stabilization laws that together create a place where people can live longer and live out their lives. Now, I understand there's nuance in that, and however you have the dialogue is important, but it's really important to me that we have that broader conversation and that we know exactly what we're talking about when we communicate with one another about these policies. So I've run out of time here, but just really quickly, I do want to say, and since there's so many of you here that care so deeply about these issues, what I have observed is that I am extremely concerned about how we get to the point where we can have more safer housing, where I don't see all my residents, having mold and water leakages and sewage on their floors, living in dignity. And I would very much like to be able to have some levers, like the troubled properties lever, and I think that we may be seeing some work to that end. I know that we will. And I do think we need more levers, and I think every one of us is eager to put those levers in place. The problem is that our levers haven't been working enough, and there's more, and there are multiple levers that we need to pull. So if we can all open our minds to what will it take while we do our best to protect renter rights. This is nuanced. There's a lot of details that need to be talked about. And I also would like to see us have more housing stock so that we can have more residents living in this wonderful, amazing place to live, who can live near public transit with a high quality of life. I think that that is what we ought to be focused on in a world like we're living in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Well, thank you all so much for sticking around. I appreciate everyone that has come out today and provided feedback. Particularly as it relates to our rent stabilization study, but also as it relates to the plethora of nonprofit organizations that's doing some tremendous work in our community. I'm gonna actually start with rent stabilization a little bit because I know that the question may be, why are you all doing this, right? Why are you doing this? And I'll kind of remind folks a little bit about the why. When we were undergoing the minor master plan amendment, the Park and Planning had language in the report back to us that recommended the city of Tacoma Park adopt the county's rent stabilization law. And I fought, members of council fought, against that language being included in our zoning plan, with the rationale being, I don't muck around in your policies, don't muck around in mine. But one of the rationales that was also provided was, hey, you know what, you're right. County has some new laws. We'll look at ours, right? So that is why the root cause of the study. That said, a little bit about me. I grew up single mom, 3 kids. We moved a lot. We were very poor. I remember an instance where we were evicted because my mom had 3 little kids with asthma. All of us had really bad asthma. And there was a leak and there was mold. And she tried to complain to the landlord. And then she went so far as to contact the county health department to have them come and look at her apartment because her kids were getting sick and, we couldn't stay there. And the landlord wouldn't do anything. And instead of getting the help that she needed, we were evicted and had to stay with a friend. She had a 1-bedroom apartment. So it was a mom, 3 kids, another woman, in a 1-bedroom apartment because we were evicted because of mold. So when I think of rent stabilization, when I think of our housing policies, I don't think of each piece in isolation. I think sometimes when we're talking about rent stabilization, people want to immediately focus on rent hikes. But that's not the only downstream impact that sometimes our rent stabilization laws touch, right? The question that came up, I heard in the comments, why are you all talking about the deed restricted properties? Like they're not rent stabilized. Well, we just recently heard from MHP, who is planning to build more affordable housing in our city, where the Edinburgh currently sits right across the street from here, that in order for them to make sure that they're able to get the financing that they need, they often, to keep the rents within the market that we are in, they often have to go through the state process and get state funding. That then restricts, they then become a deed restricted. They get the LIHTC funding and all of that stuff. It's the financing stack that they have to use in order to be able to afford to build in our community. Now, am I concerned about that? No. You can figure it out, make sure we have affordable housing. But what concerns me more has I've actually been spoken to by my colleagues on council. I am contacted more about problems that people have in their units, the quality of their housing and not being able to do anything, from rodent infestation to HVAC problems to plumbing issues. That is what I am contacted more about. I am contacted a lot from people who want to live in this community and cannot find units. It's great that we hear so many people say, I've lived here for 20 years, 30 years. That's awesome. But that means that our housing stock is limited and people stay here a really long time. And so if others want to have an opportunity to live here, then we have to figure out some ways to grow the housing stock, which is why I'm excited about what MHP is proposing to do for the Edinburgh. But I think it is important for us to think about not just affordability, which I agree with the study. I've been saying it for a while. Rent stabilization does a very good job of making sure that there's predictability, that there's affordability in our housing. That is not the tool that we need to use as it relates to housing quality and perhaps housing choice. That means we have to figure out some other stuff. And so I'm hoping that this study kind of lays the foundation of information that will help us to start having some of those decisions and discussions around what are some things that we could potentially do to address some of the challenges that were already highlighted at length. As Councilmember Landman mentioned, there's a lot of things that we're already doing. We have the multifamily building improvement grant program. We will be voting on that next week, where there are a lot of our smaller multifamily buildings that are receiving grant funds from the city. We've previously worked with Habitat for Humanity to support the creation of conversion of a single family home into a duplex that could be sold, and one of those owners actually lived on Maple Avenue in some of our rent stabilized units. We are, and our HCD staff is working tirelessly to come up with new novel approaches to tenant protections. That troubles list thing is something I have been pestering Port Devon and the county about making sure we could get the data needed to do that. So there's a lot of moving pieces that are going on right now. And so I appreciate all of the feedback. I want that feedback to keep coming. I want those ideas to keep coming, because this is not a sprint. This study is not the beginning or the end. It is information that the council will take into consideration as we deliberate for months to come, years to come, about how to move our housing stock forward in a way that ensures affordable, quality housing that is available to people when they need it. So I want to stress that point. Also, all of the nonprofit organizations that are here for the Community Quality of Life grants, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had opportunities to sit in on some of the wonderful work that you all are doing. Our immigration support groups that are new to the Community Quality of Life grants, thank you. There are some things that we can do as a municipality, that we can do as a city, and there are some things that we have to rely on our community partners to help advance. And the work that you all are doing is totally moving the needle forward to address some of these challenges. Want to thank folks who came out to Tacoma Pride. It was wonderful. Thank you so much to the Azalea Awards winners and all of the wonderful work that they have been doing in the community. And I thought you were going to talk about the Flower Ave Block Party.
I forgot.
No worries. I have it on my calendar. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And also, I think that we all would like to also stand behind the Juneteenth celebration that's
Yes.
coming up, because we won't meet again before then.
That's right, we
Or are you
won't.
gonna? I'll let you announce that. So they're all happening at once, though. So please put them on your calendar. Pull out your phones. Put on your calendar. Sunday, June 14th. That's the next weekend, from 2 to 5 at Flower Avenue in Erie, which is right next to Coma Coffee. There will be a celebration of community and inclusion and belonging, centering on our local youth, especially from the Ward 5 side of town. So we have our Rolling Terrace Tigers doing salsa dancing. We have our hip hop dancers from Tacoma Park. Washington Adventist Music Program, which is globally renowned, will be playing some music as well. Jiu-jitsu performance from the local jiu-jitsu youth group there. So it'll be a really wonderful celebration. And also we're trying to connect residents with resources. So our county planners will be there, our Fix-It clinics will be there, and all sorts of other local community resources, and our city will be there. So I hope that you can join us 2 to 5, June 14th.
Yes.
Thank you.
And because we will not be meeting next week because of MML, on Saturday is Juneteenth. There's a Juneteenth celebration that's happening at Tacoma Middle School. Want to encourage everyone to come out. Councilmember Gilbert, it starts at noon, right?
Noon till 6.
Noon to 6, that's what I have on my calendar. So I want to encourage people to come out. There'll be some fantastic bands and performers there, and lots of community organizations as well. And so with that, I will turn things over to our city manager, DeSpirito, for city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and to all our guests and residents and visitors who are watching. Thank you for covering part of my report with Juneteenth and Flower Avenue, much more eloquent than I would have presented. From the Housing and Community Development Department, please join us on Friday, June 26th at 7:30 p.m. in the auditorium here at the Tacoma Park Community Center, 7500 Maple Avenue, for Independence Day, a night of creative expression. This free community event will feature local poets and musicians sharing performances that celebrate autonomy, inclusivity, artistic freedom, and diverse voices. It's organized by the Tacoma Park Poet Laureate, David Alberto Fernandez, and Vocal Tacoma. And this evening offers an opportunity to enjoy local talent and creative expression. No tickets or reservations are required. Voluntary donations will be accepted, however, to support efforts to expand voting representation and independence for District of Columbia residents. Public Works Department. The annual household hazardous waste drop-off event is scheduled for this Saturday, June 13th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Public Works Facility, 31 Oswego Avenue. Residents can drop off small quantities of household hazardous materials for proper disposal. Please use the Oswego Avenue entrance. There is no charge for city residents. More information about what can be accepted for the drop-off, that's available on the city's website. From the Recreation Department, Golden Trails Senior Camp was a wonderful success. 9 participants enjoyed a week filled with learning, creativity, connection, and adventure. From engaging activities and hands-on projects to exciting outdoor excursions and cultural experiences, campers embraced every opportunity to explore, discover, and have fun. New friendships were formed, lasting memories were made, and each day brought something special to enjoy. Thank you to everyone who joined us in making this year's camp such a memorable experience. Last Wednesday, recreation staff and a few library staff completed a full day of mental health first aid training for adults. EveryMind, the EveryMind organization, led the training, and it was conducted by certified mental health first aid USA instructors and aimed to equip participants with the necessary tools to assist someone experiencing a mental health challenge or crisis. The certificate is good for 3 years. Finally, from the city manager's office, this week we have 2 staff shout-outs from the Recreation Department. The first is for a part-time staff member, Spencer Heisel McCoy, for his outstanding support and dedication. Spencer played an instrumental role in making Golden Trails Senior Camp a tremendous success, always stepping up whenever help is needed. Whether he's assisting with senior programs, supporting sports activities, helping at special events, or lending a hand behind the scenes, Spencer brings enthusiasm, professionalism, and a positive attitude to everything he does. And our second staff shout-out is for Vince Kane. WSSC was doing some work on New Hampshire Avenue, which should have only impacted service for Thursday night. And yet, Friday morning, there was still no water at the Recreation Center. Vince was in constant communication with supervisors, other rec staff, and WSSC throughout the length of the impact, which unfortunately was a full day. Vince worked behind the scenes to move the After the Bell program to the community center when it was evident that the water would not be turned on in time. He worked with the schools, community center staff, and supervisors to make it a flawless pickup from school and a fun day visiting the community center, with popsicles included. Thank you, Vince, for all that you did. He's just great. That concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move to our first presentation this evening, the Community Quality of Life Grant Awards.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for all that you do, for being here tonight. You've heard a lot about the Community Quality of Life grants tonight, thanks to some of the testimony provided earlier, which is fantastic. I'll just go over a little bit about the process that we went through in order to make the recommendations that we're bringing to you this evening and answer any questions that you might have. My name is Cara Tallow. I'm on the Community Quality of Life Grants Committee, and the 7 of us work together to select the recommendations that we're bringing to you tonight. As the mayor just mentioned, we did expand our funding priorities slightly this year with council's approval, and we thank you for that, to include immigrant support services, as well as workforce development, youth enrichment, and food insecurity reduction. We also expanded our efforts in outreach this year beyond just social media and newsletters to have the housing community development staff meet individually with different groups that we know are active in this space to inform them of this as an opportunity. And we really did see that effort pay off in the number of applications that we got and the diversity of the types of groups that were applying. As you know, our funding source for FY27 was set at $350,000 with the 4 funding priority areas that I mentioned, including now immigrant support services. We did receive 30 total applications for these funds. There were 10 new applicants in that pool, which is fantastic. One of the things that we're trying to keep an eye on is not only helping to support sustained efforts over time in the community, but to really invest in new and innovative efforts to grow quality of life in our area. As you can see, the funding request did increase pretty dramatically year over year, but thanks to the additional money that you set aside specifically with an eye to immigrant support services, we were able to meet almost all of the needs, which was fantastic. This list here is the summary of those that applied, not of our recommendations. You can see the breakdown by the different funding priority areas. Food insecurity remains the biggest, and you'll recall from my presentation last year that obviously some of the food insecurity groups that did apply for this grant were previous recipients of FERG funding. And so that, I think, is continuing to, the lack of that federal funding is now continuing to kind of keep this at the top of the community priorities here. What we do in terms of evaluating these applications is we work as a group to go through a multi-phase process. The first is quantitative, where we each sit down with all of the applications and go through them in the grants evaluation portal. And in each category, for each of the questions that we built into the application, we go through and we give a score and some reasoning for each of the areas of qualification. We want to make sure that these groups are not only identifying ways that infrastructure and systems and staff that they have to make progress in the area that they've defined as their goal, but that we're also really focusing on recipients being in Tacoma Park proper. We eliminated last year the need to identify exact addresses for the people who were coming to be recipients of these programs, with a number of complicated factors in our environment informing that decision. But because we have continued to really sort of underscore to the applicants the importance that a preponderance of residents be in the Tacoma Park area who are using their services, I think they've really been responsive to that. And there were one or two that we had to go back to this year and say, oh, we have some questions about where your, distribution centers are, or how you're sourcing your clients, or how you're tracking, where people are coming from. And they were able to give us answers on that met with satisfaction. And so we were able to move them through to the next phase. The qualitative stage is the second phase of our process. We take all of the scoring that we do through the grants evaluation portal, and we put it into a spreadsheet that helps us to understand who got the most support in each area and for what reasons. And then we bring all of that tabulated data to the committee, and we sit for several hours and just go through all of them and discuss here from top to bottom. These are the scores that were the highest. What did we like about them? How do they compare with the others? And weigh who can get what. As you saw, we had about a $50,000 shortfall between the funds that were requested from the applicants and the funds we had to disperse. And so there were 3 applications that we did not approve that didn't align with council priorities and with some of the criteria that I stated. So they weren't good fits for this particular program, but we were able to fund 27 of the 30 applications in some degree. They were not all fully funded, but we were able to give them at least a portion of what they requested, which was fantastic. You can see here, and this I think is important to highlight because we did slightly loosen the requirements around funds matching a couple years ago. We are still seeing a huge amount. Every single applicant came with some type of funds matching or volunteer time matching. And you can see how that really expands the amount of support that we are getting into the community for the investment of $350,000, which is fantastic to see. This is the list of the funds that we are recommending for dispersal from the Community Quality of Life grant pool. You see several of these here that you heard from tonight. Blair Unita, God Glorified. On this next slide, Meals on Wheels, Small Things Matter. So obviously, these folks are extremely busy. They're pressed. Much of what they do, coordinating volunteers and volunteering themselves, is they're not doing it for the money. And so the fact that they came out tonight to speak to the impact that these funds have really, I think, shows what a huge difference this money makes. These recommended funding amounts on the right are not what they ask for, it's what we're recommending, but I do have the information on some of the disparities between what they requested and what we recommended, if you want more information on that. Do you have any questions about the process or about the recommended recipients themselves?
Okay. I see Councilmember Gilbert, your light was on first. Is that?
My light is
That's
on,
an
Mayor.
on light, no
I
worries.
apologize.
All right. Councilmember Wesselek.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's really exciting. I just wanted to clarify, so there were 30 organizations that applied, 3 that didn't qualify, and we're giving funding to the remaining 27.
Some form of funding to the remaining 27, yes.
Okay. That's it. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I think just for transparency, it's probably good for someone to ask, like, if there's ever a potential conflict of interest in the committee, do you have a process for people recusing themselves?
Yes, we would disclose when we get together for that conversation. We absolutely would have them step back from that, the deliberations on that particular applicant, but also we would discuss in advance. We see them as soon as they come in the portal. And so if there are, of the group that has applied, any concerns about conflicts of interest, we would ask folks to name it then.
Super, thank you. And I would be interested in knowing whether in your broad view, are we looking at any kind of a crisis situation that is something where we might look into our contingencies in assigned reserves that if we did have some still, don't we have some set aside for if there's like extraordinary impacts that require more emergency assistance? I'm asking you, CM DeSpirito.
In the assigned, well, certainly there's the unassigned reserves. The assigned reserves were earmarked by council for a number of categories: variations in execution rate, fluctuations in income tax revenue potentially, and also potential impact to outside funding from grants, whether there's clawbacks or absence of grants that we've traditionally received. Those are at least the categories that council has identified for the assigned reserve, which amounts to about $3 million. Of course, council as a body could make modifications to that, or otherwise utilize the unassigned reserve.
Thank you. I guess it was the final category you mentioned of the 3, the clawbacks, and there was a reference made to loss of funding from other sources for some of these organizations. So to my colleagues, maybe that's something we would like to get more information about.
Yeah, and I do just want to clarify, Councilmember Schlegel, that it was
It does have to
for-
do with funding to the
It was
city
funding
direct.
to the
Yeah,
city,
I understand
right?
that,
So
yeah.
it was the idea that because of new federal rules regarding grants that the city would typically be eligible for, there was concern that we would not be able to receive those funds.
Okay.
Sorry. The one thing that I want to add about, if a crisis comes up, we do ask for quarterly reporting from grantees, and it's a very short report that we ask for, but we do say, are you running into any challenges? And if so, how can we help you? So we would get that information on a pretty regular basis if something went very, very wrong. And we had the opportunity to bring it to you or find other ways to act on it.
Great. And I also just want to thank you all, because I know that when you came to us before and the council made the decision to expand the amount of funds that would be made available, it was in large part because there was obviously a need that we as a council had for immigrant support services and making sure that there was coverage there. But it was also, if I remember correctly, there was a lot of need for food support programs as well.
Yes.
And so the fact that we, the council invested more resources into the grant program, and I know that we're doing more for the FY27 budget to allow for there to be more resources made available to these organizations. I just want to bring that up because I know that this committee has not been afraid to come to the council when there's a need for additional funds. So to make sure people know that.
That is true, and you all have been incredibly accommodating. I will say one of the big concerns that we continue to have, obviously, is that the food insecurity needs and the immigrant support service needs are most likely not going away anytime soon. And we really do want to, the spirit of this grant, as it was initially conceived, was very much to, help support STEM and education and youth art, enrichment and arts. And we want to continue to be able to honor that as at the same time as we're taking care of these other really crucial, existential community needs.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hanzak?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I actually really don't have any questions for you because it's very well done. I'm delighted that you're able to distribute to so many critical organizations, and I think your process is incredibly robust. This is the most impressive committee, really. I think you guys work really, really hard, and your hearts are in it, and there's so much capacity. I just wanted to share with my colleagues a question that I have, since we have the group of people listening to this, including you all. I am aware that through the county budgeting process that just happened, there may be some cuts to some of the kinds of people that I personally find to be the most critical at some of these schools for the kinds of work that you are supporting. And so I'm flagging that because we need to get on. I'm trying to seek information right now about what that looks like, but just to lay it out because it may come before your committee. There are these individuals at each of the schools that are known as, have different titles, but like community liaison, family liaison, like Nabavian at Blair. Has a little office on the first floor just to get a sense of how they operate. For all those students, you have Nabavian, who is, you need a coat, you go to Nabavian. You need help with a SNAP application, she sees a kid who has a need, you go to Nabavian. And there are these individuals at each one of the schools that are in our catchment. There's just one for Tacoma Park Middle School who also spans Silver Spring International Middle School, Evelyn Sanchez. I don't know exactly what the status of all that is, but it is very important to me that we make sure that they are as well resourced as they can. I know our city is connected to them. I'm just flagging it because it does concern me deeply. There could be, but I know that that's at the county level. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak, for bringing that up. I know that there's still lots of deliberations that are happening at the county level regarding the MCPS operating budget, which is where this lies. The county council passed a budget, but it has to go before the school board. And so it's my understanding that that is where this matter is. I can do some digging and follow up with some school board members. Councilmember Lamon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to express my appreciation for how clear and transparent and rigorous your standards of review are, and take note that it's a big responsibility that you're taking on, and how much we appreciate the work that you're putting into it. And I just wanted to flag, looking at you got pictures of the review committee, and you note that there are up to 9 members permitted to be part of the committee, but right now you're shy a couple of those members in terms of the ones who are pictured here, at least, that there aren't 9 pictured. So I wanted to find out if this is an opportunity for you to flag vacancies and encourage people to apply in the committee process. And I note that 2 wards are not represented, at least in the ones that are pictured here. So
That's absolutely
maybe you want
right.
to speak to that just for a moment and tell people what what your job is like and encourage, but leave out the bad part and and encourage people to know about the opportunity and especially in those wards that aren't represented.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We do have several openings. I know my term is up this month, and there are at least, so that's one, so 2 or 3 certainly coming up, and they're 2-year terms. And it's a very straightforward application process. Once you are appointed to the committee with council approval, we meet just once a month for about an hour. The busiest time is in the spring, this past period from, April, May, as we're evaluating the various applications and then putting together the presentation. In the fall, we do put together a presentation based on the previous year's grant recipients to show, we coordinate with them to show the work that they've done and present that to council and make that part of the public record so the community can see what their funds are doing as well. And then each year we evaluate what the priorities look like, make sure that they're, for grant dispersal, make sure that they're aligned with council priorities as well as the needs in the community based on our conversations with the various community organizers, the groups that are actually doing the work, and community members. And then Patty does an amazing job of letting us know every time there's an event or an activity that one of these groups is putting on so that we can get out and we can talk with the folks and see them in action, which really helps to inform our work as well. So it's not a huge time commitment, but there are some slightly busy periods, and this spring tends to be one of them.
And it's enormously gratifying, right? So that all those other volunteers that are looking for the right opportunity.
Are you kidding? I mean, I love, I think maybe more than you, hearing the folks get up here and talk about the stories. Last year we had another group, and one of the kids that was impacted by this group came up and spoke about his experience. And I mean, I don't think there was a dry eye in the house. So yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much to the entire Grants Committee and Patty Malin for all of the work that you continue to do. And we look forward to voting on these potential grant recipients fairly soon. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
All right. Next, we have the rent stabilization study presentation. And I'm just going to ask my colleagues, given the hour, let's have them get through the presentations and hold our questions to the end. And then this way we'll make sure, thank you, that we have enough time for them to be able to get through the presentation before our questions. And if we find ourselves at a point where we are at time, we can establish additional questions and submit them to Director McNally to share with the team, and we can do it that way as well, just keeping in mind that it is 10:15. All right.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I will keep my introduction very brief given the time. So I'm very excited today to have the kind of first of what I imagine will be many conversations, both with council and the public, about our rent stabilization policy review. This comes out of the 2019 Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan, which asked for a review of the ordinance to evaluate its effectiveness. Over the past few years, we've been talking about kind of our housing ecosystem within the city of Takoma Park, kind of under the quality, stability, and choice framework. And so you'll see that kind of echoed here in this report and kind of how we're evaluating that specific ordinance. I do want to say that this ordinance is not the only thing that we're reviewing and working on. I want to draw your attention back to February 4th, in which our housing manager, Paloma Arroyo Lefebvre, talked about some of our tenant protections that we're evaluating and that we're hoping With this study, what I want to say has been made very clear to staff and the consultant by this council is that Tacoma Park has taken a stand on rent stabilization. We value rent stabilization. We find it to be an extraordinary tool. And the goal of this study is to improve this tool towards the goal of safe, affordable, stable housing within Tacoma Park. And so this analysis is the baseline for this conversation. And so I would encourage you all to look at some of the data and then additionally where we lie in regards to other jurisdictions and where we think we can dive into specific policies we want further research and potential options to be considered. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tara Broughton and Sarah Court from RSG. They are a national firm that has deep experience and are currently helping the city of Santa Barbara with their rent stabilization ordinance. So I'll turn it over to them.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Tara Broughton. I am a principal at RSG, and I'm joined here this evening by Sarah Court, who's a senior associate with our firm. And we've been assisting city staff with reviewing the city's rent stabilization program. We have a relatively lengthy presentation, so we will do our best to get through it as efficiently as possible, and are happy at the end to answer any questions you may have. So the goal of our review was to assess the current system performance of the rent stabilization program. Is it achieving the goals? Is it running smoothly? Is it operating as intended and meeting the goals of the community? As part of that review, we're also taking a look to identify any areas that may be in need of any potential improvement if decided by council. Specifically, we were retained to look at and analyze market data and housing trends within the community, engage with community members, review current policies and practices, and lastly, to develop any policy options or considerations for or recommendations for council to consider at a later date. So we will kind of start with the 4 phases of the project. We right now are at the end of phase 2. So we're kind of in the middle of the process. So as Devin was mentioning, there's going to be more opportunities to engage with you all and the public as we continue to review and evaluate the program. To date, we've collected market data, engaged with community members, and reviewed policy spectrums across other jurisdictions that you have in the presentation to kind of provide options and ideas for what could be done should you choose to do something. We are hoping to bring back some more kind of conclusive and final recommendations after receiving input and direction from you all and the community, hopefully in the fall sometime. So why are we here today? So we would like to provide you all with an overview of our research and analysis to date and to provide feedback that we received through the community engagement process. This discussion is intended to guide the next phase where we'll come back with policy considerations, a little bit more specific after we get guidance from the community. And we're seeking council input on priorities and key policy areas to develop and analyze further. So it should be noted, there's no decisions or kind of like recommendations of us saying do this or do that. We're simply just presenting information to kind of gather and get information from you all about where to dig in a little bit more. As Devin mentioned, we'll examine the program framework across 3 main pillars, which are stability, choice, and quality. A robust community engagement process was undertaken to ensure that we could get feedback from the community. As was kind of mentioned by some of the community members earlier tonight, there were 3 focus groups and study sessions conducted for those groups. There were tenants, property owners, and community organizations. There's also deployment of a survey to both residents and property owners to be able to collect information that way as well. So kind of going back to the three main pillars as we start to move through the data research and analysis portions of our presentation, you'll kind of see things grouped within those categories. And we're evaluating across those pillars based on some of the feedback from the community, the data collected, and in consultation with city staff. So when we're looking at stability, we're really trying to assess, are rents predictable for residents? What's happening to them? What rates are they growing? And looking at that type of information to know whether or not there's kind of predictability of what those potential rents might be in the future. We also took a look at kind of housing security, stabilization, tenure. Are residents being displaced, or are they able to remain in their homes? And then we also took a look at rent patterns against units that have been in the program for a long period of time versus those that might be newer into the program. Is there was any difference between those two categories? For residents within Tacoma Park, and we also took a look at whether or not new production of housing units was occurring in the community. And then lastly, we looked at quality, and under this category, we're really trying to identify whether or not properties were being properly maintained and reinvested in. And all of this was done to help us understand the current conditions within the community and to support council in defining priorities and direction. So data. As you know, there's lots of data out there and lots of different data sources, and we looked at a broad range of available data sources to evaluate how the program is functioning. It should be noted we didn't rely on a single data set or a single data source, and we looked at multiple data as indicators to what might be going on within the market here in Tacoma Park. From this evaluation, we were able to identify housing trends and prepare some policy considerations or ideas for you all tonight. Now, however, we do acknowledge that there are some data sets that would be really, really nice to have, such as being able to track potential tenant displacement or to be able to measure like individual specific property conditions. However, the availability of that information is pretty scarce and hard to get, which isn't uncommon for many jurisdictions that are kind of evaluating these same things. And I just kind of also want to note that, the data findings that were presented and our report and what you're going to see tonight, it really is just one piece of the puzzle and one part of the story. I've kind of heard it from council members this evening as well as the community. Other things should be considered, including the community input that we're receiving, other stakeholder experiences, and just experience from program administration over time. So we will start with the first pillar, which is stability. So rent stabilization appears to be producing relatively predictable rents within the jurisdiction. So definitely achieving that goal. 54% of the rental units within the city are covered by the program. And then many of the ones that are exempt are subject to those deed-restricted affordable housing requirements. And over time, rent-stabilized units are generally experiencing lower and less volatile rent increases. So with that respect, the program seems to be working very well there. Now, this doesn't mean that every tenant is experiencing the exact same outcome, but the data suggests that the program is moderating rent growth relative to the broader market. Oh, I'm sorry, the slide didn't move forward. Apologies, I'm on that slide. Next, we looked at tenure, and as you heard many of the residents highlighting tonight as well, residents stay in Tacoma Park much longer than elsewhere in the county. So that's really good news. and indicates that the housing here is stable for residents. Roughly 2/3 of residents have lived in their home for more than 5 years, and more than a quarter have lived in their home for over 15 years. So that's really great news. It should be noted there's many factors that influence tenures, but these patterns are consistent with communities that have a low turnover and long-term residency. So we also took a look at rents and rent growth and found that Tacoma Park remains relatively affordable when compared to nearby jurisdictions and communities. The rents here are lower than average. And we also saw that we're seeing higher rents in areas with higher vacancies, which might be suggesting that there could be some difficulty attracting renters into those higher rent markets. So I had mentioned that we took a look at units that have been in the program for a long time versus those that are newer into the program. And we found that not all rent stabilized units are experiencing the same rent levels. So historically, units that have been within the program for a long time tend to have lower rents than those that are newly rent stabilized. It also should be noted that there's not a lot or a large amount of new rent stabilized units coming online each year. So here we have like three and a quarter. I don't know what a quarter unit is, but 3.25 units on average are coming online each year. So that is a relatively small portion of the total units. So now I'd like to kind of highlight what we heard from the community through the engagement process. It was really clear that everyone valued stability, but defines the risk a little bit differently. So again, across all groups, stability emerged as a major priority. Tenants focused more on the ability to remain in their homes and had concerns about rising housing costs, while property owners focused more on the ability to maintain financial viability and to continue operations within their developments. Community groups emphasized preventing displacement while also being able to preserve community cohesion. But one consistent thing that was across all the groups was a desire for greater clarity and transparency on how the program works. So moving forward to pillar 2. So choice. We were looking at indicators to help us understand the availability of housing units on the market and current market conditions related to that. We found that housing options appear somewhat constrained. So vacancy is one measure of how many vacant units are available on the market. The rate in Tacoma Park is moderate. Typically for multifamily developments, you'll see that around 5 to 7% or so, and it's within that range. So that kind of indicates that while there are some units available, it's not maybe potentially as high as, let's say, we'll look at Hyattsville at 11.6%. It means there's a lot more vacant units on the market for residents to potentially move into. However, as noted on the previous slides, the rents there are also much higher. Another indicator, kind of like a market indicator of development investment, of whether or not a developer will come into a community when they're kind of evaluating information, is the concept of cap rates. And it's just an indicator of investment condition. And the data reflects that the cap rate within Tacoma Park is within a good range. It's really similar to the other jurisdictions listed here. All of that to say is it's not like a developer is looking at the cap rate here and is like, I'm going to go over to White Oak because it has a way better cap rate. So that is it's kind of a good thing that it's not a consideration that they would go somewhere else instead of here. So we also took a look at housing production and the supply of units coming online annually. And we had found that housing production has slowed significantly. You can kind of see here on the chart that there was a steep incline until about 1980, and then there was a kind of a significant slowdown after that point. That's not to say that there wasn't construction occurring after that point, but it just means it was a much slower rate. And if you just look at this chart without any words or me saying anything, one might conclude like, oh no, the RSO was adopted in 1981. Maybe it's as a result of that. I want to highlight that that trend should not be attributed to any single policy consideration, as housing production is influenced by many, many factors, such as market conditions, available land, construction cost, financing, and other regulatory factors. However, it was information that we uncovered and thought it was noteworthy to share with you all this evening. So kind of taking a closer look back to that land availability, we found that the majority of remaining opportunities for new housing in Tacoma Park would likely require redevelopment rather than being developed on vacant land. And this is due to the fact that the city is largely built out and vacant parcels are limited. This could include the redevelopment of underutilized sites, such as surface parking, or potentially replacing older, lower density buildings with higher density buildings. However, redevelopment is typically much more complex and much more expensive because it often involves zoning considerations, going through various approval process, and then costs related to potential demolition and resident relocation. So that may also be a factor in why production has slowed over time. And data is great, but we always like to kind of like verify that with real life experiences. So we wanted to understand directly from the development community, how does a developer evaluate project feasibility? And we found that rent regulations are a factor amongst many that are evaluated. We conducted interviews with local developers here in Tacoma Park and learned that they look at market conditions, site characteristics, zoning, political and regulatory considerations, financing, and achievable rents. So viability of a project is a contribution of all of these factors and isn't really necessarily one single issue that they make their determination on. It is noted that rents is something that that they do look at, but it's, again, one consideration amongst many things. So what did the community say about choice? As you've heard from many residents tonight, residents prioritize preserving affordability more than expanding options or choice. So when discussing housing choice, many tenants and community organizations often frame the issue through the lens of stability. They definitely express little confidence that they would be able to find comparable housing in Tacoma Park if they had to move for any reason. Property owners focus more on flexibility and long-term investment conditions that allow them to align with market fluctuations. So they wanted flexibility. And community organizations emphasize preserving existing affordability and, once again, kind of preventing displacement. Overall, the conversation around choice was, again, often less about mobility and more about maintaining access to the community and being able to stay here in Tacoma Park. And the last pillar, quality. So under quality, we took a look at whether housing was being maintained and if there were any indicators of ongoing reinvestment in the housing stock. So rehabilitation permit data showed that rehabilitation permit data showed that reinvestment is occurring, but it appears to be concentrated amongst like certain properties. So 30% of the multifamily properties showed that a permit had been pulled within the last 25 years. But 13 properties represented about 65% of that permit activity. So while permits are being pulled, it's kind of concentrated to a few properties. It's important to also note that not all maintenance or reinvestment activities require permits to be pulled. So data is only as good as the information that is collected by the county. But we did want to dig into, we did want to dig in a little bit more to this data, and we looked at industry benchmarks for building reinvestment cycles. Buildings require ongoing reinvestment over time. This slide is providing a little bit of context for how frequently major building systems typically need replacement or rehabilitation. So for multifamily properties, that reinvestment period is roughly a 15 to 30 year cycle. When we compared that to the building permit data, we would have typically thought that there would be a higher percentage of permits pulled over time. That's not what the data showed. So that could be an indicator of some lack of investment in the existing housing stock. But again, highlighting that not all improvements require a permit to be pulled. But kind of like think about this as well in the context that the housing stock is aging and this code violation data. So we'll take another look at that. There could be a decline. So looking at code violation data, we found that Tacoma Park experiences higher rates of reported housing code violations than the broader county. So this data suggests that housing quality concerns are present at a greater frequency than other surrounding areas. And this finding aligns very closely with many of the resident and community organization concerns raised during the community engagement process. So what did the community say about quality? Everyone values quality, but sees different causes for potentially why quality might be diminished. Residents emphasized maintenance responsiveness, so when they need something done, how quickly it gets taken care of, the overall property conditions and getting that reinvestment back into the property, and just accountability from management to actually handle any issues that might come up. While property owners emphasized challenges of funding major repairs and upgrades. So kind of saying that might be the cause for some of that diminishment in quality. And community organizations focused on enforcement as a potential cause and just recurring property conditions as a concern of kind of like repeat issues coming up frequently. While the perspectives differ as to kind of like what the cause might be, there was broad agreement that maintaining safe and well-maintained housing is important and is a goal. So the key takeaways from all of that data is we found that the findings suggest that the current program is supporting housing stability while highlighting potential challenges related to housing quality, reinvestment, and potentially long-term housing availability or new units coming on for residents to move to if they had to. These may warrant consideration for future policy options as they're developed if council would like to address anything that we'll be going through in a minute that you might believe could potentially solve some of those issues. I'm going to turn it over now to Sarah to discuss those various policy components.
Great. Thank you, Tara. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The next section of our presentation is going to shift into discussion of the major policy components that make up a rent stabilization program and the range of approaches for council consideration. Our goal today is to provide a shared understanding of the city's current policy framework and discuss the key trade-offs associated with different approaches, and also gather council's initial thoughts on priorities as we move through this project. So following this discussion, we'll use council's feedback to further develop and evaluate potential policy options and continue to engage with stakeholders throughout the process. As we move through the discussion, we're particularly interested in understanding which policy areas council views as the highest priorities and whether there are specific concerns, goals, or outcomes that council would like future recommendations to address. All right, so before diving into those individual policy components, it's important to recognize that rent stabilization programs function as an interconnected system. So while we'll discuss each component separately, policy outcomes are often shaped by how these elements work together rather than by any single provision in isolation. For example, we have a graphic here on this slide that illustrates how rent limits interact with other policy or program components. So the exemptions will determine which properties are subject to the rent limits. Petition processes provide mechanisms for adjustments to the rent limits. Enforcement helps ensure limits are implemented consistently. And capital improvement provisions can create pathways to recover investments when rent limits may not otherwise support those costs. So because these systems are all interconnected, changes in one policy area can have implications elsewhere. And advancing one policy objective may require adjustments to other components to maintain overall program balance. So with that context in mind, the following slides will provide an overview of several key policy components and a range of potential approaches kind of on a spectrum or a scale that jurisdictions can consider when it comes to a rent stabilization program. So the next following slides focus on the core building blocks of a rent stabilization program. We're presenting them to kind of help frame considerations and not to suggest that changes are warranted to each of these areas. But just wanted to provide that context before we dive into the policy components. First, we have the annual rent increase formula. So the formula determines how rents might be adjusted over time in a rent stabilization program. The spectrum shown here illustrates several approaches used by jurisdictions with rent stabilization programs. On the more flexible end are formulas that provide property owners with the allowable increase of full inflation plus an additional margin or a fixed percentage increase. This approach provides property owners with greater ability to respond to changing operating costs and maintain investment capacity, but provides less predictability in rents for tenants. On the other end of the spectrum includes approaches that limit annual increases to inflation alone. Tacoma Park currently uses this approach with annual rent adjustments tied to 100% of the change in CPI. The most restrictive approaches typically allow for only a portion of inflation, which can provide additional rent stability for tenants, but might limit the extent to which rising costs can be recovered through annual adjustments. So as discussed on the previous slide, the rent increase formula does not operate in isolation. The more restrictive a rent adjustment framework becomes, the more important other policy tools may also become important. For example, property owners might rely more heavily on petition processes to address circumstances where operating costs increase more rapidly than the annual adjustment allows. Similarly, capital improvement pathways can become increasingly more important when jurisdictions seek to encourage ongoing investment while maintaining those tighter limits on annual rent increases. Another related policy consideration is whether the ordinance should include a minimum annual increase, often referred to as a rent floor, or a maximum allowable increase, often referred to as a rent ceiling. The rent adjustment formula will establish that overall framework, and the floor would set a minimum allowable increase that may be taken in a given year, even during periods where there is low or negative inflation. Conversely, a ceiling establishes a maximum allowable increase, meaning the permitted adjustment would be the lower of that CPI-based increase or a specified percentage. Together, floors and ceiling can be used to limit volatility by establishing a range within which the annual rent adjustment might occur. So the policy question here ultimately is how much variability the city wants to allow from year to year. Tacoma Park does not currently have either a floor or a ceiling, meaning the allowable annual increase is just tied directly to the change in CPI. So as a result, this policy area could remain unchanged, or council could consider whether establishing a minimum or maximum annual adjustment would align with the city's policy objectives. Next, we'll cover rent banking, which addresses whether and how much of any unused allowable rent increase might be carried forward and applied in future years. As shown on the spectrum here, there are a variety of approaches. On the more flexible end are programs that allow unused increases to be carried forward, often subject to certain limits. Other jurisdictions permit banking only under specific conditions and implement things like time limits, notice requirements, or caps on the amount that can be banked or accumulated. Tacoma Park currently allows limited banking. Under the current framework, unused increases generally may only be applied if a unit becomes vacant as a result of a voluntary move-out by the tenant or termination by the landlord for cause. At the other end of the spectrum are jurisdictions that do not permit banking at all, meaning unused allowable increases expire if they're not taken. The policy question here is whether property owners should retain access to unused allowable increases, and if so, under what circumstances. Approaches that limit banking can create more predictable and gradual rent increases for tenants, but may also reduce the ability to recover costs over time if allowable increases are not taken when available. The next policy component is vacancy rules, which determine how and when rents may be adjusted when a unit becomes vacant. As shown on the spectrum, there are a variety of approaches. On the more flexible end is vacancy decontrol, where rents may be reset to market rates when a new tenancy begins. Other jurisdictions limit vacancy increases through a fixed percentage, CPI-based adjustment, or other established formula. Tacoma Park currently takes a limited vacancy increase approach. Upon vacancy, property owners may only apply eligible banked rent increases and the annual rent allowance before leasing the unit to a new tenant. So at the most restrictive end would be full vacancy control, where no permitted increases are allowed at tenant turnover, meaning it's limited to just the annual allowable adjustment when a tenant moves out. So, but this is not a common approach that in most modern rent stabilization programs use. Approaches that allow rents to adjust more quickly between tenancies may support reinvestment and property revenues, but that approach would also result in higher rents for new tenants. Next is utility transfers, which govern whether and how property owners may pass through increases in utility costs or shift responsibility for utilities to tenants. On the more flexible end of the spectrum are programs that allow utility surcharges or separate utility pass-throughs when utility costs increase beyond a specified threshold, often subject to documentation or approval by the city. Tacoma Park currently takes a more restrictive approach. Utility transfers and separate utility charges are generally prohibited Except in limited circumstances, and any approved transfer typically requires a corresponding rent reduction to ensure that an increase in total housing costs to tenants is not occurring. So the policy question here is whether property owners should have flexibility to separately recover utility costs or transfer utilities under certain circumstances. Approaches that provide a more direct path for recovering utility costs and allow property owners to respond to fluctuations in operating costs. However, allowing utility transfers will also result in higher or more variable housing costs for tenants. All right, the next policy component is capital improvement pathways, which govern whether and how property owners might recover the costs of eligible capital improvements. Capital improvements generally refer to major investments that extend the useful life of a property or improve building systems. This could be a roof replacement, major plumbing or electrical improvements, or similar long-term investments. As shown here, jurisdictions take a variety of approaches. On the more flexible end are programs with a dedicated capital pass-through cost or process that allows some or all eligible costs to be recovered through pass-throughs to tenants that benefit from those improvements. Other jurisdictions allow for cost recovery through a dedicated application process, but require that costs be shared between property owners and the tenants who benefit, often through an established cost allocation formula. Tacoma Park currently takes a more restrictive approach. The city does not have a standalone capital improvement pass-through process. Instead, capital improvement costs may be considered as a part of the fair return petition process. So the policy question here would be whether property owners should have a dedicated pathway to recover capital improvement costs, and if so, how those costs should be allocated between property owners and tenants. Approaches that provide a more predictable pathway for recovering capital costs might help with a goal of reinvestment goals, but may also result in higher tenant housing costs when pass-throughs are approved. Next, we will move into exemptions, starting first with unit-based exemptions, which determine the types of rental units or properties exempt from rent stabilization requirements based on factors such as unit count, property type, or ownership structure. Unit-based exemptions are often used to balance tenant protections with concerns about the impacts of regulation on smaller property owners or certain types of housing. As shown here on the spectrum, jurisdictions take a variety of approaches. On the more flexible end are programs that exempt smaller properties, such as properties with 4 or fewer units, regardless of ownership. These approaches reduce the number of units subject to rent stabilization requirements and provide greater flexibility for smaller scale property owners. Somewhere in the middle of the spectrum reflects approaches that target exemptions more narrowly. Rather than exempting all small properties, some jurisdictions limit exemptions to owners with relatively small portfolios or restrict eligibility for certain exemptions when units are owned by larger scale owners or institutional owners. Tacoma Park currently takes a more restrictive approach to exemptions. Exemptions are generally limited to single-family homes, owner-occupied duplexes, accessory dwelling units, and this results in a broad coverage of the rental housing stock. So the policy question here would be whether certain categories of housing warrant different treatment under the ordinance. Exemption frameworks that provide greater flexibility for smaller scale property owners may support investment in those smaller rental properties. However, they also reduce the share of rental units that are covered under the policy. Next is exemptions for new construction, which determines how long newly constructed rental housing remains exempt from rent stabilization requirements following building completion. New construction exemptions are commonly included in rent stabilization programs to encourage housing production and provide greater certainty for development and financing decisions. So on the more flexible end, our policies who implement a permanent or date-based exemption where units built after a certain year remain exempt indefinitely from the ordinance. Other jurisdictions provide temporary exemption periods, commonly ranging from 15 to 20 years, before units become subject to rent stabilization requirements. Tacoma Park currently takes a more restrictive approach. Newly constructed rental properties with 2 or more units are exempt from rent stabilization for 5 years following completion, after which they become subject to the ordinance. So the policy question here is how long newly constructed housing should remain exempt before becoming subject to rent stabilization requirements. All right, and our last policy component here is exemptions for deed restricted units or affordable housing, which determine whether and how income restricted affordable housing units are subject to rent stabilization requirements. This policy area often focuses on the relationship between rent stabilization programs and existing affordability restriction that already govern rents, tenant eligibility, and occupancy requirements. So on the more flexible end of policy components here are programs that fully exempt deed restricted affordable housing units and voucher assisted units from rent stabilization requirements, relying instead on those existing regulatory agreements or affordability covenants to govern rents. In Tacoma Park, certain affordable housing units may be exempt from rent stabilization, including tenant-based voucher units and rental facilities operating under qualifying affordable regulatory agreements, subject to an application process with the city. And then at the more restrictive end of the spectrum are jurisdictions that apply rent stabilization requirements to deed restricted affordable housing in addition to existing affordability restrictions. So the policy question here is whether deed restricted affordable housing should be governed primarily through existing affordability covenants and regulatory agreements, or whether rent stabilization requirements should also apply. All right, so now we've walked through several of the major policy components within Tacoma Park's rent stabilization framework, highlighted some of the trade-offs associated with different approaches. And one theme that emerged throughout the discussion is that these policy choices, again, do not operate independently. The graphic on the right here is intended to illustrate that the rent stabilization policy often involves balancing those objectives that we've discussed today. So as we've discussed, changes to one policy component often influence how other parts of the program function, and shifts in one area may require adjustments elsewhere to maintain the overall balance of the framework. So with that in mind, we'd like to conclude today's discussion by focusing on council priorities and identifying any specific aspects of the current policies that council would like to see prioritized as we move forward in the process. So we have covered a number of policy components this evening. The matrix on this slide is intended to kind of help focus the discussion on where council would like potential policy options to be brought back. As you've seen, each of these policy areas involve trade-offs. In some cases, the current framework appears to be functioning largely as intended. In others, council might see opportunity to make adjustments based on their goals and priorities that will be discussed today. So what would be most helpful at this stage is understanding where council is comfortable with the current approach and where council may be interested in considering some potential adjustments. We recognize that this is a lot of content that we covered today. We appreciate your time, and we are available for any questions that you might have.
Great. Well, thank you so much. This has been a really wonderful presentation, and you're right, there's a lot at 11 p.m. To try to tackle. I just want to remind my colleagues that next week we will have a work session on additional rents. It will be 2 weeks because we will not be here next week, but we'll be here the next week. So I do just want to make sure that everyone is aware that we will have a work session dealing with rent stabilization as well.
Point of information.
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm clear on the dates because I believe we have a work session. Let me pull up my calendar.
Will RSG be present for our work session?
Yeah, so that was going to be my point. So the work session is scheduled for June 24th. While staff will be on hand, RSG will not be on hand. So I would encourage you to use this time tonight to ask questions directly of them. And I will say, though, if we do run out of time, we will be open to additional questions and try to get you answers in advance of that June 24th meeting.
Yes. Okay. All right. So if it's okay with everybody, I'm happy to kick us off. All right. So there was a few areas where it was not, the long and short of it is I don't know yet, right? So in the stability section of, trying to get to the slide. The caps, hold on one second, I'm just trying to get to the slides because I marked them. Okay. So I will say for me, the annual rent increase, it's not something I want to touch, the 100% of CPI. But one of the things that I will need to kind of dig in a little deeper about is the matter of the rent ceilings and floors. And also, the rent ceiling and floors and the deed restricted units exemptions. There's a couple of other places that I think may actually be a question that would be better suited for staff, but I'm not going to ask our director right now. Poor thing. In terms of administrative burden, things like aspects of the I flagged it. The rent banking and allowing for more flex with rent banking, but making that flex based on the size of the landlord, right? Like, so it seems to me like there are some things that are being discussed here that I would be a little bit more open to learning more about if we're talking about our small guys, to try to make some of the administrative burden a little easier for them. But I don't know what that administrative burden would look like for us on the city side if we had a bunch of different mechanisms in place for banking in particular. I'm not going to step off my soapbox in terms of changing our new construction exemption period. I think 5 years is just, the math does not work ever. And so given that we have limited space for development, land costs are what they are, we're basically going to be looking at redevelopment, which is going to require more higher costs. I would be open to a 15-year exemption period for new construction. But I would need to know more. I have to do some more digging. And then I mentioned deed restricted units and wanting to learn more about, because I do find that the exemption of the deed restricted units causes confusion a lot for the tenants who are not clear as to why they're also not fall under rent stabilization, even though usually the rent increases somewhat align. But I think if I could learn more about how some of our deed restricted properties, the rent structures are working, and whether or not it would make sense for us to just align deed restricted along with other rentals in the city. And I apologize because I'm bouncing
May
around.
I ask a point of
Yeah,
clarification on
sure.
that issue?
Mhm.
It's partly to try to understand whether, as you did this study, you were actually distinguishing between these two sets of units and looking at the stability issue or the choice issue or anything, or whether you clumped them all together. So that's part of it. But I just want to clarify whether if units are in a deed restricted building and there is a regulatory framework that applies to them because of the affordable housing rules under which they receive the money, whether your assumption is that these buildings are also old, that the only restrictions that would still apply would be through our pilot program and their agreements to not raise rents, or whether you're, because I'm assuming there is still a regulatory framework that applies in the deed restricted buildings. So are you,
Right.
is that what your assumption
No,
is?
no, no. So with the deed restricted buildings, that are for individuals that are receiving vouchers, they're not.
I mean, the tenants who are, not the Section 8 units in those buildings, but the ones that are there based on their affordability, the rents being set,
So you mean
yeah.
the LIHTC buildings?
Yeah.
So all of those that are deed restricted. Go ahead.
Yeah. So currently, and I'm going to back up. So please tell me if this answer is not answering the question. For a LIHTC building or any sort of kind of affordable subsidized building, typically there's a number of units that we'll call subsidized, and we'll call those restricted units for the purposes of this conversation. And those have hard rent limits. So it's like the maximum rent. Those will change year to year. They're usually pegged related to kind of HUD's, what they call fair market rents or area median income. There's a number of ways they do it. Those rises can be more in some cases than our rent stabilization program. They can sometimes be less. It depends. Typically, our office, around the time when these increases go out, there is always a few residents who call in because there is confusion over, wait a minute, the rent stabilization allowance is 3.7%. I'm getting an increase of 5.2%. Why is that? And so there can be some confusion that does exist. There are, in some cases, within an affordable housing complex, unrestricted units. So these are what are called market rate units that essentially have no set rent limitation on their maximum rents. And they would also be exempt because they fall into the exemption for the entire building. So how we process exemptions for buildings with more than 50% of their units deed restricted, that means there's an agreement that specifies X number of units have to be affordable at this level of income. They are just granted a building-wide exemption. There are individual unit exemptions for housing voucher units where an individual has their own voucher and they are using that to pay for rent. But that is specific to that unit, and that is granted annually.
And so what I was suggesting was exploring more how those units could fall under rent stabilization to help reduce the confusion that residents have who are in these units where the increase that's allowed actually exceed our rent stabilized amount.
So you're saying that we would somehow or other get HUD to go along with numbers that we would dictate through our program? Is that, I was just wondering if that's even legal, because that's what confused me, whether we would have the authority to do that.
Yeah, so what I would say is we can do some deeper digging on how this would work. That's partially why we have RSG with us to help us do that digging. It's a good question, is what I would say, and certainly one that we would want to try to answer and be part of that recommendation process if directed by council.
So what I'm doing is putting my wish list out there of what I need to learn more about, right? So when I'm saying things like I would be interested in understanding whether or not or how it could potentially work administratively if we were to have the restricted units also fall under rent stabilization, because currently they're exempt, and that is something, to Director McNally's point, is brought up every time it's time for people to renew. It may just be easier for tenant education if everybody's on the same page. And then, again, looking at the some of the other aspects, again, I'm not necessarily speaking for everyone, but the aspects of, I'm not saying definitively that I don't want to allow rent banking, but I know that for some of our smaller landlords, that's, there's some challenges there. So, looking at some aspects of rent banking as it relates to our smaller landlords and what some of the challenges they may be experiencing are. And then I did mention, again, the, and I've already mentioned this, but getting a better understanding of the exemption period for new construction and what that potential impact might be. Councilmember Lamont.
Thank you. May I offer a little wish list and some questions as well? Okay. So first off, I'd like to better understand the finance issues that came up in your discussions with building owners, because it's been suggested by staff in other conversations before your study that maybe the smaller landlords are experiencing trouble finding financing to do the repairs, especially because they have to finance the repair before they can come to the rent, to the fair return panel and so forth. And so is that an issue that you could explore? For example, there are cities that make low or no interest loans available to small property owners so that if they have trouble with banking as a source of income to do the capital improvements. I mean, are there other options? And did you at all explore what the fair return rules are that are posing the problems that the landlords brought up? Or could those be on your wish list of things to further explore? Ways to finance the improvements and ways to improve upon the experience of going through the fair return process.
Yeah, so I think that would fall under looking into the capital improvement pathway of what that could look like. And we can take a look at like what sort of programs could be part of, let's call it, cost recovery for lack of a better word.
And that includes the question that people brought up about the difficulty of being reimbursed through the rental rates and so forth for improvements that they've made. What policy options could be explored there, in terms of this simplifying or improving upon or streamlining that part of our process? Or do other cities have a system whereby I don't think this is exactly addressed. They say, you talk about pass-throughs, but is there anybody who's allowed to sort of recoup money in advance the way condos do? Give us your money now because we're going to do an improvement later, or anything like that? Is there some other methodology for the smaller buildings that could be considered?
Yeah, so I'll first speak to some of the feedback we got in the focus groups just regarding the fair return petition process. That process tends to be pretty rigorous for property owners to go through. There are several years of financial documentation that need to be submitted for a complete application and consideration. So, one policy component in terms of capital improvement pathways is kind of establishing a standalone capital improvement petition process that kind of strictly reviews the completion of the capital improvement that is seeking cost recovery for, and kind of the amortization period and the useful life of that improvement versus how many units are benefited. So it can be a bit, a more straightforward process for cost recovery than a fair return petition. We typically see a requirement of those petitions being that the improvement must be completed at the time that the petition is submitted.
Okay, so that would be a more typical that you have to wait for it. But so if you are able to explore other means of making, if finance is the obstacle for small property owners, and that's a big portion of our city's real estate, and we've already did some work that we talked about earlier about finding grant programs and so forth, but if there's a way to fill that policy gap, I would like to know about it. And I just would like to weigh in opposition to changing our current 5-year limitation. We created a tax holiday for new construction for multifamily units already, which is a major benefit to new property construction, and we have developers waiting for those greenfield sites to come along. So I don't see that we should comply with the idea that we need to make a change there, especially because you saw the cap finance numbers were coming out the same for Tacoma Park for the other jurisdictions nearby. So to me, that says that that's not the obstacle because the money is still available for the developers. Okay, I think, can you just clarify my last question? When you were looking at all these different factors, like the rate of noncompliance, or violations of building inspection and so forth, did you consider whether our rate is higher than other jurisdictions because of age of our housing stock here in comparison to the other jurisdictions you were looking at, since we were one of the first places to be built out? I mean, I'm worried that this creates the impression that somehow it is the fault of the rent stabilization program or something, when maybe there's just a completely different explanation for that. And I just was curious if that was something you looked at, and whether you looked at whether it was different in the rent stabilized versus the deed restricted buildings.
Yeah, so in terms of code violations and permitting data that came from the county, those data sets include all multifamily properties. They're not organized by, rent stabilization status. So we did find with the code violations that, Tacoma Park generates a disproportionately high share of countywide code cases relative to its share of the county's housing stock. And, considering that, around 54% of multifamily housing is rent stabilized, we thought that provides a representative picture of just holistically the code violations as it compares to the county. So those numbers were countywide versus citywide without breaking down the rent stabilized units within that data set, and it's because those numbers are coming from the county and are reported countywide.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thanks. A few questions and a few thoughts. I was going to also ask about some of the data, and specifically about this question of code enforcement data and whether it could be somehow split by deed restricted versus rent stabilized, thank you, rent stabilized buildings. And so there's not a city subset of data that could be looked at? This is where I'm losing you, I think.
There's a city subset that was looked at, scrubbed by duplicate violations, and in order to compare to the county, we found that keeping whole city numbers versus whole county numbers would be the most representative way to
Okay, that's fair, but
display a
could you go into the city part and break it out just to see if there is some big difference between deed restricted and rent stabilized buildings, or big buildings and small buildings, or something that will give us a little more insight into what the overall trend. Yeah, more code violations. Is that because there are more code violations, or because more people are reporting, or because they care more, or, you know, can we break out the city piece a little bit more, particularly by building type?
So I think this is going to come down to how deep do we want to go into it. What I would say is, with any of these data points, we can dig down deeper. The question is, and I'll just be completely blunt here, if I'm going to ask RSG to do that, I'm then going to need extra budget to continue to do that. So one of the things I would point to there is, yes, we are looking at the city versus the county. There could be a number of factors, right? I would like to think that my department does a very fantastic job of making sure that residents know to call 311 and get inspectors out there. I would also, acknowledge that we are mostly aging building stock. So there's a piece to that too. I think the point to make, however, is that we are higher than the county significantly, and that we do understand, just based on kind of survey datas, the tenant focus groups, the community focus groups, that we do somewhat have a quality and reinvestment problem, as evidenced by the fact that in our commercial rehabilitation permits, we're seeing about 30% over, I believe it's a 25-year period, and we'd expect that number to be higher. So what I would say with all these data points is, it's not going to come out and say one way or another, this is the result of rent stabilization. There's a lot of factors that go into any building's condition. There's a lot of factors that go into any building being built. There's a lot of factors that go into any renter's specific circumstances regarding whether they're able to remain, or whether they choose to leave, or whether if they're evicted. So what we're looking at here is, at a high level, what are the numbers telling us, and where do we want to dig in deeper?
Okay, thank you for that, because when you put it that way, if I had a choice between more data, more deep data, and more investigation of ways we can deal with the quality problem, I would prefer the latter. I don't need to be convinced that we have a quality problem with our business buildings, and I'm not sure, frankly, that I care whether it's better or worse than the county's problem, because I know we have people living in buildings that have poor quality, and that's what I care about. So forget that. The other question I had about data was, somebody mentioned, I think it was the surveys and fair and poor quality, what their view was, what their views were, right? And you must have that number already to be able to say fair versus poor. And so at some point, if you could share that with us, that would be helpful. That's not more work, that's just looking up the breakout, in case it turns out there is some significant difference there between the fair and the poor. Because it was a valid point, I thought, that some people would think fair is actually a good thing compared to where they've lived before and where they could be living for the same amount of money.
May I ask a clarifying question of the
Yes.
presenters? One of the public commenters suggested that the fair category was a neutral category.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that there were 5 categories, not 4. Can you all elaborate?
Oh, thank you for pointing that out.
There it is. Yes, thank you for raising that point. So the question was asked on a scale that had from poor, fair, good,
Okay.
very good, excellent. So
the middle is good.
yeah, so good is the middle, and fair and poor are both less than
So,
good.
yeah, so maybe a little more detail on that would be helpful.
Sure.
To the policy issues, I reserve the right to tomorrow send you some more, some more opinions when I'm had a chance to think about this some more. But quickly, I was also interested in the capital improvement pathways and specifically ways to assist smaller landlords. I was also not attracted by complicated changes in rent increase formulas, and I'm not sure about rent ceilings and floors. The more I get the idea that if you average out the rent over a few years, rather than this year it's high because inflation is high and next year it's low because inflation is low, and it's like a ping pong ball. I get that you can average it out, but I wonder how hard it would be to explain it to people. So I'm perhaps not that interested in that. I think CPI, that's a great place to be. But I am interested in looking at tweaking some of these other things to see if we can help smaller landlords to stay in business. And so to that end, I didn't understand the utility transfers piece, but I'm curious to learn a little bit more about it because electricity rates are going up so hugely, and I'm just not sure what we do about it and whether what we've got now makes sense. Okay, and then just to wrap up here, yes on program administration and translations and all of those things that people pointed out in terms of education and making it accessible and available. And I do understand that that might mean that there might be a budget implication to that. So I would appreciate knowing what that is. It's probably not large, but it's something. And backing up to, that might be about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dabala. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. Go ahead. You got another one?
I did skip one, I'm sorry. Yeah. Deed restricted units, exemptions on deed restricted units. I also think that I'd like to learn a little bit more about how we coordinate, I don't know that it's exemptions necessarily, but how we coordinate the two different rental schemes and how we bring some of our other protections to bear on the county, on the deed restricted units. Thank you. Thank you, Roger, for letting me skip that one.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. It's tricky to jump around and sort through the questions and also be listening to what others are asking. I'm just, because it's come up a few times, my first question is regarding the disparity between the number of code violations in the city versus the county. Doesn't the city require more frequent inspections than the county? So then hence we would have more code violations? And I understand we have county inspectors doing the inspections, but on our,
We typically require more inspections in terms of, we require annual inspections. Typically, the county requires triannual, but then can move to biannual or annual depending on where they fall in the county's regulatory regime. So in the county, it kind of depends, to put it kind of mildly, like how well are you doing as a landlord? You're going to get a lot more inspections if you're not doing so hot. So
and
there
we do cut back to a biannual when we have a just anything minor, but nothing major, right?
We do biannual if you are getting, and I apologize, and Paloma, please yell at me if I'm incorrect. I believe it's like 5 or fewer minor violations. Or if you get a major health and safety violation, like you don't have fire alarms in your, or smoke detectors, then you're automatically back in the annual. So typically it's really our single family or like single condo units that are getting the biannual license. So most of our like multifamily structures, ones that would fall under rent stabilization, fall in. So yes, they're slightly more. You could also point out that, you know, the troubled properties in the county are getting annual inspections, so we'd expect them kind of on a per capita basis to be showing up with the same, a similar high level of violations. So it's not fully apples to apples, but we tried, I think RSG has tried as much as possible to make it as apples to apples as possible.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to fixate on that, but it is such, it's such more concrete data as opposed to the Likert scale. Yeah, how do you feel about the conditions of your apartment? And so perhaps if RSG could dig down a bit further to see whether this disparity is to some degree a byproduct of the manpower we have on our inspections, or the frequency, or a disparity in frequency of inspections. Okay, thank you. I think that you're asking for policy areas to dig into further. What about the general topic of information flow, which is addressed in some of the earlier slides? I have a number of ideas, and I'm wondering if other places have set precedents for some ways that, because people are saying they don't know things, or they find processes complex, or Councilmember Gilbert was saying we need to know how many properties are dropping out of our RSO stock over time. And so I had a few suggestions for the kinds of dashboard types of information that maybe we already have, but maybe we could look into how this is done. One would be a dashboard of quality indicators, you know, such as what we're talking about with number of code violations. I think maybe we have something like that. But another would be a dashboard of what is our inventory of RS units, deed restricted units, market rate units, and how is that changing over time, so that we could track that. You know, it might seem that if we let's say we were exploring, oh, let's make the exemption longer than 5 years. We might be thinking, well, that's fine, because after those places come online for rent stabilized, we'll have even more. But it turns out that we're dropping other rent stabilized properties faster than we're adding them in at a higher price point later. A third thing, and I'll stop there, was just if something like our current rent banking procedures are difficult or non-transparent for tenants, maybe there would be a way, maybe some city has done it, where they just say you can look up and you can see how much you've been not given the maximum increase over these years, and so how much has been banked. And the landlord could see that as well, and it could just calculate and show, you know, it could be that this comes back, you know, this is returned later in terms of the cost of this apartment. So that brings me to the third whole area which others have referred to, which is how to help landlords, how to help our buildings be updated periodically at the pace at which you would expect them to be. And I'm curious about, so we have this 1.3 million housing reserve, and I'm curious about whether RSG could look into how other cities might have used that as an ongoing revolving source, as others have said, to front-end improvements that the landlords can recoup the costs of over time. And then also, we have the Green Bank in Montgomery County, which is looking for things to do, and whether a Green Bank model might be a way to also speed up the rate of rehabs. You could even go so far as to see if anybody's doing just a standard cycle of say, loans or grants being made available. Say, hey, you are a rent stabilized unit, property owner, in really good standing. You've never been listed as troubled. You never had major code violations. And 25 years have gone by, and guess what? Do you want to apply for this thing, or do you want to get this upfront loan? Because it seems like it's probably about time for your building, and we as a city are looking after all the housing stock. So I just wondered whether there are any cities that are kind of like taking the temperature of all their buildings and proactively reaching out to provide assistance. A housing fund could also be used potentially with utility spikes to even out the even out the hit on landlords if electric bills suddenly go up 15%. I don't know how that would work, but I wondered if anybody has tried to keep landlords whole without seeing in a situation where utilities aren't passed along to residents. And then I'll just go quickly through three others. Fair versus poor. I do understand the Likert scale, it would be a 2. And so lots of people, when they take a survey, they are numerical, and they say, all right, I'm right down the middle, I'm going to say 3, whatever that word is. But other people are verbally inclined, and they may, for a long time, have said to themselves, hey, I am so happy to be in Tacoma Park at this price point in fair housing, meaning not safe, not unsanitary, not unsafe, not unsanitary, not unhealthy. And, maybe that's what some people are meaning by fair. So I would be interested to see that broken out. And the last 2 things, I'll just say I do support the existing CPI adjustment, and I do support the existing 5-year exemption because we haven't really seen how the cap rate is dramatically affected by that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Honzak.
First of all, I'll just say thank you. I'm not terribly coherent because I started very early this morning. I think I'm going on my 14th hour of the day. I think I'll hone in on just a couple things and then save it for a clearer head. And some of my colleagues already asked my questions, but I am personally, and I would seek, before we would ask, obviously, for anything that's going to require more analysis, we need to seek concurrence, right? Because that has budgetary implications. But just for the sake of my colleagues, and also, I guess this is a question out to your team. There are 16 LIHTC buildings. It's not, I guess I'm in the city, so that's what the data says here, or 16 deed restricted buildings. So from my anecdotal situation, one of my key observations is that my deed restricted building, one of my major deed restricted buildings, has some of the biggest infrastructure issues. Now, if we already know that as a fact because of you sitting in your office, and we don't need to pay anybody to do that, let us not embark upon that endeavor. However, we've done this. To me, that is an essential piece of information as a policymaker, because if there is a differential there, and it's a meaningful differential, then our policies need to be targeted very specifically on which categories of buildings, if it's a size thing, if it's a LIHTC thing, what is the category of building that is most in need of major reinvestment? If you asked me here today without all the data, I would say, isn't it the LIHTC buildings? I don't know. Isn't it also, and anyway, and so that, to me, that would be the benefit of gathering that data, but again, we need to have concurrence. So that's my thought on that one. And you don't necessarily have to reply on that, but because it's kind of adding some texture. Sorry, my head's not super clear. And then it's really clear from the data here that reinvestment is something that we are challenged by, and that obviously it's going to require a lot more money. I'm not ready to, stack my deck behind any particular number of years of what that looks like, which brings me to the question of, and this is a question for you, but if there's anything that the team might add, wouldn't we need much beyond this, a whole other financial analysis that looks at how, in order to decide what kinds of calculations an individual potential investor is going to make in order to decide whether to embark upon a major infrastructure redevelopment for a certain category of building, in order to understand, on one hand, how all the different factors we're looking at are going to change, but then on the other hand, what those specific changes in any of these factors that have been listed for us are, from changes in utility, vacancy, rent baking, et cetera, to the financial calculations that the potential investor is going to make about the property that would make the biggest difference in whether they are likely to reinvest at the level that is needed. I know it's a complex thing, but I guess I feel like it's also general that, and we could get it really wrong. Like we could make some huge change, like a 15-year or a 5-year, or we could change rent baking, but really it would have been utility transfers that would have made a bigger difference. And I mean, how can we think about that beyond these very, sort of general policy levers without a financial analysis that looks at maybe a single case or a couple of cases on buildings that needed reinvestment? Do you feel like that's another study that we need to do?
So if, I just want to make sure I understand your question, which
Yeah.
would be like, would it be helpful to have financial modeling of different building structures?
Or different building reinvestment scenarios? Like, what would make the difference for a single investor who's thinking about investing in our city in a particular, let's say in a particular building, a site, a big building site? What would make the difference in their financial calculations about what would be needed to make it viable? Is it too complex for us to try to capture something like that? I guess I'm just wondering if this is actually enough for us to coherently decide which of these is most likely to lead to the kinds of major reinvestment that we need without the financial piece.
So I think there's a couple of things embedded in there.
Okay.
One is, I think, for all of these policies that we're asking, like, which ones do you want to dig in further? We still need to do that. So if it's
Yeah.
like, hey, we want people to invest in our buildings, the ones that currently exist, and put on a new roof, to put in that new boiler, to upgrade the windows, to insulate, all those things. My suggestion would be tell us to look at the capital improvement pathway, like, to start with. That is like the starting point where we can dig in and figure things out. Now, in terms of financial modeling, what I anticipate any like real estate investor or building manager will be is like, every building's different. When you start opening up the walls, you're going to figure out how much it's going to cost. And we can see that with our multifamily building improvement grants. You see costs, even for the same project, quote unquote, can be different, because when they are looking at that building, they are looking at, okay, what is the wiring like? What do I need to go through to get to that wiring? What do I need? What size of system do I need to match up? And that kind of winds up with an aging housing stock. Why it's kind of complicated, because it isn't, unfortunately, a like, we're building it all from scratch. We can kind of pick kind of a standard model, so to speak, and then plop everything in. They have to go in, they do the evaluation, and then they start kind of essentially from spec making modifications. So that would be challenging. I think we can talk about ways we can provide that information to help you guys make that decision. I don't know if we could necessarily give you a model that could like with certainty say that like, yes, this will be, you know, the tipping point. But we can try to, as best as possible, put data in front of you that will show kind of, okay, this is what we realistically think could tip one way or the other.
And I'd like to add, I think Devin's absolutely correct, but I want to reiterate something that he alluded to, in that the policies that we're discussing, they don't all hit the same item on the matrix of stability, choice, and quality, right? And so I think as we consider them, we need to keep that in mind. And I think if necessary, if it's not clear enough, I think we can reiterate which of the policy items address which of those items within that matrix. But even if you just look at maybe the choice and quality categories, I think even within them, you still need to make distinctions between which of those policies address reinvestment of existing buildings and which of those policies are addressing new construction. And then when you get further within new construction, I think the challenge that was, I think it was Tara that mentioned it earlier, there's no one component that any developer is going to consider when they are observing a site. And because each project is so different from the next, the nuances of how they need to structure based on the characteristics of the site and what they want to build can vary significantly. Even if you did some kind of financial analysis for a site, it doesn't mean that it's applicable to another site. And so I think what we're trying to accommodate by taking a relatively holistic view is trying to consider all of the things that a person within our control, all of the things that a renter and we as policymakers and the development community might be considering with all these other things juxtaposed with one another to develop a balanced market, balance based on how you all define it, as addressing the stability, choice, and quality questions kind of all at the same time. So I don't think there's any level of analysis that will give any specific insight, but I think the data is intended to give a general overview to aid you in making some value decisions as well as market decisions.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, so I'm understanding that this is not within the scope of your research right now, but I mentioned it earlier, and I was interested to know if you had any discussion or experience or data on the impact of condo conversions, related to tenant opportunity to purchase law or otherwise, and deed restricted exemption properties, and the impact on loss of affordable stock. If that's not in scope of your work right now, did you have any experience in that? And I know there's some information that I passed on to you, Director McNally, or you passed to me. We shared it. I can't remember who sent it first, but on policies restricting condo conversions in certain jurisdictions, and whether or not that's a part of your work, or you could, again, provide some insight as to how we can maintain affordable housing stock. That's one question. And then the other one was, really quickly, I just wanted to say that I think I too support the 5-year exemption period, but I'm interested to know with the 15-year exemption period, you know, the mayor mentioned the math not adding up. Just what you thought about that as well. I'm interested to learn more about both and your opinion on those two. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. And I appreciate your points around the conversions. And it is also something, one of the pains of having been around so long. You hear you see and you are a part of all of the discussions that have happened in the past as to why certain things didn't move the way you would have liked for them to move. And so that is, one of the reasons why I'm really quick to say, hey, the 5-year doesn't work, right? Because if the goal for us is to try to incentivize more housing creation, that would ultimately you would have more units that would fall under rent stabilization. Then we have to figure out some replacement strategy, which we don't quite have right now. And whenever we had in the past discussions around development at the rec center, housing on top of the rec center, it always became a matter of the financing. Every time we put out bids for proposals on it, every single time, it always became an issue of not being able to identify a developer that could take on the cost of having the rec center and the housing on top. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I'm just looking at what I'm most interested in getting some policy ideas on is to maximize rehabilitation, reinvestment, and redevelopment, right? If we're saying there isn't a lot of space for new development, but I mean, a lot of our buildings are really old, and I don't want people to have to not live there anymore, but I want our folks to live in good conditions with dignity. And in some cases, the best case scenario is to tear a building down and put a new one up. So I'm just most interested in whatever might be the best things to work towards those things, because it seems like that's the biggest problems, right? That's what we're lacking the most. So what could or should we add? What would be an incentive? Is there anything that should be taken away or be streamlined? Whatever to make it more enticing for us to get those things to happen so that the living conditions can improve and that there's more options there. I mean, I think one of the most striking data pieces in the report was about the rehabilitation permits. That's just so low. It's just so low, right? Because if you're saying that a building should do something every 25 years, and this is over 25 years, it should be 100% rehab permits, right? Like it should be closer to that end, and it's clearly not even close. So any of the things to work on improving that kind of data is really what I'm most focused on.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Landman and Schlegel, given that we are at midnight, are these new issues?
Mine is some summarizing thoughts because I see we're trying to head towards some suggestions for them. So.
Councilmember Landman, do you have a new point of discussion?
I know, I just, it's not a new point. It's a response to some of the comments about where this would be going with the period of time for exemptions. That it's a new point, I guess, in that, if we have not got a target for how many new units we're trying to get built, either affordable units or market rate units. And we know, for example, that we have now in the works 2 different redevelopment plans for fairly large number of new affordable units to go in where the Grace site, which I know is still a long process, they all are. That's in the works, and then the new units across the street at the Edinburgh site. And then we also know that we have this big redevelopment plan coming down the pike for the hospital site, where much of that is intended to be housing, and we don't yet know what mix it will be. But if we're talking about making changes to the rent stabilization program in order to spur redevelopment and rehabilitation, and we haven't established what those targets are, yet we know that these are the things that are in the pipeline, and then what are we doing messing with something that's working if these things are already in the pipeline under the current system? And I realize anything that makes it more lucrative for developers, they will be more likely to make a move. They love, I'm sure they love the tax holiday for new multifamily units, but I hesitate to make assumptions that we need to make additional, benefits available to developers when we see that these things are already in the works or potentially in the works right now. And that's why I thought, from a policy standpoint, I don't want to send the wrong signal.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's important for us to keep sight of what the purpose of tonight's meeting is, which is to provide general ideas that members of council would like additional information regarding. We will have plenty of time to debate the merit of the recommendations and the policy suggestions that come up. But it is the case that we were, and I believe everyone is, requesting additional information to understand the impact of particular policy changes. And again, given that it's almost midnight, Councilmember Schlegel, is this a new issue? Or is this a matter that can be, again, we will have a work session happening in about 2 weeks.
I simply wanted to kind of bounce back. I wanted to make one comment, which is that I didn't see, regarding the exemption length, I didn't see in the RSG findings at this point that the 5-year exemption was a deal breaker. And I'm saying that, Mayor, with total respect, knowing that you've been in conversations with people who've been considering, possible projects. But my general summary thought was that what I'm coming away from tonight is a lot of people commenting about the need to celebrate that we have stability and to look at quality. And in our own, in a number of questions and comments that have been happening over the last hour, it looks to me like Tacoma Park did a great thing in 1980, 81, establishing rent stabilization. And then as we got into the 2000s, we were fine-tuning our inspection approaches to try to make sure that things were being, maintained in good ways. And maybe we're getting to the end of where inspections alone are sufficient, and we need to be looking at a reinvestment plan, a way of tracking what buildings need and figuring out a way to reinvest. And maybe, for me, that's one of the big takeaways from tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Gilbert.
No, I was just going to say really quick, Mayor, if we have other thoughts that we want to provide to the reps, is
Yep,
there an
you can
email
send them
direct to them or
to-
to Director McNally?
Director McNally.
Okay.
Yeah, please send them to myself, and then we'll collect them and then get answers out to all of council.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Is this a new point?
As a question
Okay.
for you, Mayor, how are we seeking concurrence as a council on what it is that we're asking for? Are you
We
gonna-
will have a future work session.
Okay, so we're not actually necessarily asking anything right
Not
now?
tonight.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, seeing no more lights. If folks can bear with me, we can deal with the voting session. Do folks need like a quick 5-minute walk around the dais? Yeah, okay, all right, let's do a quick 5-minute walk around the dais. We'll be back. Everybody's begging for one. Good evening. Thank you all so much. It's a late night, and we still have some votes to make. It is the next day, it's Thursday. But we have been discussing some critically important items. And so with that, we're going to move into our voting session this evening. The first is the single reading ordinance awarding multifamily building improvement grants. I just want to check with staff to make sure there are no points of discussion on this one.
So moved.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Honzak, for moving. Thank you very much, Councilmember DeBala, for seconding. Any points of discussion for council? All right, seeing no lights. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes, with
Councilmember-
enthusiasm.
Councilmember Westlag.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. The next item is the first reading ordinance approving the FY26 budget amendment number 4. I just want to check with staff to see if there was any points of clarification on that one.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Director Chung is with us here as well. And Tia is online, HR Director, and Esmar as well. So from the last discussion, I know there was some interest in particular in looking at a couple of the categories that were brought up with respect to the budget amendment. And this was primarily police overtime. And some questions were asked with respect to coverage. I think we can elaborate if council wishes on some of the, it is primarily due to staff shortages that occurred as an average of throughout the year of approximately 7 vacancies and a number of details, police details, assignments, and had to be covered due to the shortfall in the interest of public safety by overtime. So, and it's broken down into various different categories, police patrol operations, and some of that is straight overtime, some of that's overtime holiday, some of that is another category of overtime staff shortage, and in dispatch communications as well, where we had to make adjustments due. And it isn't just due to positions being always permanently vacant, but in addition to the average of 7, we had folks that were out on paternity leave, maternity leave, illness, various other things that arose during the course of the year. Police also were heavily involved during the storm. We had a lot of overtime that was generated during, I believe that was January, with the bad winter storm. And we also had some special details with respect to directed patrols and assignments in the community to address crime that needed to be covered with overtime because we did not have full staffing. So for a variety of reasons, that's what generated these expenses. There was some, I believe, a question with respect to the execution rate. FY26, the current fiscal years, the first years, council knows that we applied an execution rate to personnel in the budget that amounted to 6%, and that's applied broadly throughout the organization, primarily applies to general fund, and that was with the idea that there's a certain amount of vacancy that historically occurs annually due to retirements, due to folks out temporarily, and people who resign, retire, and other reasons depart. So we have budgeted a little tighter this year in FY26 by applying an execution rate. It's again applied to other departments as well, and an analysis of how the execution rate plays out with the actual spend in the department, including additional spend like overtime, is best conducted at the end of the fiscal year when all of the expenses are known and all ultimate fund balance is apparent, and that can be assessed as to whether it's necessary to go beyond the, normally would be dealt with the unassigned reserve as or whatever fund balance that we're carrying. And that may be more than 17%. 17% is, for the public's information, is the council's established policy goal for maintaining unencumbered, unassigned reserves, reserves for the city. Council, in addition, had identified some funds in an assigned reserve, $3,811,000 of which are dedicated to variations that could occur in the execution rate as we've applied it. And because, in part because this was the first year that we did it, and we don't really have a track record with execution rate in the city, but also just knowing that there are fluctuations in vacancy levels that are beyond our control, and based on the labor market, based on folks that leave, it's not a precise science. So having a cushion for ultimate use, should we need it, if there's a variation on what was budgeted for personnel, council, I think, very prudently put that in place as one of the components of the assigned reserve in this current FY26 budget. So ultimately, we have the expense that's reflected for overtime is an expense that can be covered by fund balance.
Well, I'm so sorry, but I want to make sure that we're all clear because this is not what I understood. My understanding is that there is, the reason why the overtime was presented as part of this budget amendment was because overtime in our budget is a separate line item from staff salary and benefits. And therefore, because there are vacancies within the police department, there may be potential cost savings there, but they're not reflected in this budget amendment because this is a separate line item. So what we are voting on now would include overtime from the police department and overtime from Public Works, simply because it's a separate line item that has gone over budget. However, when we get to the point where we have a perhaps budget amendment number 1, there may be additional, air quotes, cost savings, do not kill me, carryover from this budget that will go into FY 27 as additional savings for in terms of salary and benefits. And the rationale being wanting to make sure that we are not sending a message that our, particularly the police department, has gone over budget in terms of salary and benefits as well as overtime.
Right. I was just going to get to the part where I was going to say how much, which isn't reflected here because we're talking about adjustments to the budget directly due to expenses, in this case overtime. What isn't reflected here is the fact that by virtue of those savings, the money we don't spend on an average of 7 positions for the whole year on salaries and benefits, is a substantial amount of funding that, in essence, goes into remains part of the fund balance, and that is ultimately part of what you've said, Madam Mayor, what we can ultimately work with at the year end as a carryover. Initially, it's in the closeout of the year, and we can make a determination at that point whether it's necessary to go beyond the unassigned reserve and might have to tap the assigned reserve, but we won't know that with assurance until we've probably closed out the fiscal year. Susan, did you have anything you want to add to that?
Thank you, Rob. I think you explained very clearly what happened to the use of the assigned reserve and also what we have in our total unassigned reserve. And I just want to clarify that the execution rate of the 6% is around about $1.48 million. It is applied not to the individual department. it is applied to our interdepartmental division. It's a whole lump sum as a credit to our expenditure, meaning that it is reducing our overall expenditure. Why? Because we do not want to raise the tax rate to increase our revenue to cover for a high expenditure. So that's why we implement this policy starting from FY26 to make sure that we are very prudent, to make sure that we are not excessively increasing the rate, the tax rate, and all that. And in case of the police department, the overtime was prepared. The request for the budget amendment for overtime was prepared during the time of beginning of June. But the data in our financial system only is providing up to the day of May 8. So a lot of expenditure, payroll expenditures are not being posted in the system. So the overall expenditure seems to be lower, but the actual expenditure, if we're considering about the unposted payroll and also those accruals that we have to do at the end of the year, I would say the expenditure would be much higher than what is originally. So I would say that this budget amendment request for overtime, it's necessary in order that we have the sufficient funding for this particular department. The other departments, I believe, do not have the similar problem because we do not have so many vacancies.
Okay, and again, I just want to stress, when we're using the word vacancy, we are referring to fewer staff on staff than anticipated. And the question that is before you all and will come to us in that first budget amendment is based on the execution rate and the final salary and benefit estimates. You will then be able to tell us what the counterbalance is for what we're talking about right now, which is the overtime. What would be the parallel, particularly for the police department, because the overtime is in large part because of staff shortages. You'll be able to tell us in that first budget amendment what those differences in terms of staffing costs overall would be and whether or not there would be an adjustment needed.
I hope we can provide you with the actual data by then, because our plan for the budget amendment first for fiscal year 27 will be on July 15. And at that time, we have not totally closed our book yet. We're still preparing the accruals for the accounts payable invoices, accruals for the payroll, and there are a lot of entries that the finance staff has to do before the auditors come. So our final number should be available around the end of September or the beginning of October. And by mid-November, we should have everything ready because there will be a presentation to the council about our fiscal year 26 financial statement.
So Director Chung, it would not show up in the budget amendment. It would show up as a part of the audit process, and effectively any remaining dollars that are not accounted for in the execution rate would go directly to unassigned reserve. So we'll have an approximate calculation, but it's not like we will actually apply it to the FY27 budget. Is that an accurate description?
That is correct. We will not have the final number that we know that these numbers can be applied to the fiscal year 27 budget. So the first budget amendment will not review the actual financial status of fiscal year 26.
I think we can just give a high-level approximation, though. So in FY26, PD included 64.68 FTEs. And if we assume that 6% was applied equally across all departments, that would be approximately 3.8. employees that are accounted for in the execution rate. If there were actually 7, that would mean that there are about 3.1 unaccounted for employees that are not in the execution rate. So the approximation, whatever the salaries are, of about 3.1 employees is what, in theory, would show up in unassigned reserve at some point in FY27. So if you wanted to walk away with a general idea of what you might expect, it would be something like that.
Thank you very much, and because I think it's important for people to understand, because that would actually counteract the increase in the overtime costs for the police department. Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wanted to also say quickly for some of the police overtime, I had last week some questions about some of the more specific line items, and I'm just going to take a moment to let everybody know what I got from the police chief and the city manager earlier today. So on court expenses, so trial boards are new, how long they take and how many staff wind up on them. This is still a floating target, so they estimated and it wasn't enough. This is kind of the bottom line. And police patrol operations, there are 3 categories of overtime. One is for holidays, enough said there. The one that is general fund overtime, that's $136,000, is, if you look in the budget, there's more than one line for overtime. That one is for general events, and usually that, according to the chief, that's out of people's regular staff day. But not enough staff, it's overtime for somebody else. The other one, overtime staff shortage, is the one where folks are assigned to cover a shift, if you will, or some hours of staff that's not there. So I got a little more detail on what these numbers are and why they're so large. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, because they are large, and it took a little convincing for me to understand them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala, on events, we learned last week, I guess, that the council meetings themselves being covered by are being covered by our police officers, and that is overtime, correct? So I would be interested to find out, because it seems that protocols around police presence in these meetings have changed in the past year, so that could also be something that has increased overtime costs.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That's a good point. This has doubled since.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is budgeted overtime. The city has budgeted for officers on overtime for over 10 years.
Okay.
And more recently, there's sometimes been more than one, as a reflection of appropriate response to concerns that might have arisen. So,
okay.
But it is budgeted.
Okay, thank you. My main thing, which I want to thank you, City Manager Despirito and Director Chung, for fielding a question that I had about this earlier this week. Thinking about the assigned reserves, there were contingencies set aside for shortfalls in expected red light, stop sign camera revenue, and we're looking at a budget amendment here that is saying $500,000 less than expected. So it seems entirely appropriate that when these numbers, not tonight, but when these numbers come in, we might consider it would be appropriate from an accounting standpoint to say, well, we should pull from the contingency set aside for that purpose, because if it turns out, when we get through the end of the year, if it does turn out that we came up short on our estimate, and I think Director Chung, you said that would be legal at least, but I guess it's whether it's appropriate or not.
So we actually made a projection with the shortfall of the red light camera revenue, and also the better than expected stop sign camera revenue. So kind of it compensate each other, but we're still short. In combination, we're still short about $50,000. And $50,000 is sufficient to be covered by the fund balance currently in the red light camera and stop sign camera fund. Currently, we have 482,000. Okay, so that 482,000 is similar to the unassigned reserve in the general fund. When we have deficit or shortfall of our revenue, that 50,000 will be absorbed by this fund balance. And in case our projection was wrong and the shortfall is more than 400, and I would say we still have a backup plan, which is in the assigned reserve, we have about 200, I believe it's 260,000 set aside for the red light camera shortfall. So I am comfortable that we should be able to cover the deficit unless there is an extreme situation when the red light camera revenue is under the budget, then this is another story. But with the current projection, we feel like that the red light camera revenue will be compensating much of the shortfall the stop sign camera revenue should be compensating the red light. So my projection is about 50,000 difference.
Oh, I thought it said 500,000. Okay. I thought we were approving something that says 500,000 tonight.
500? $500 is the amount of the total revenue, right? Let me see.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I thought we were seeing a
800
decrease of 1.3 million and then an add of 800, meaning a net decrease of 500,000.
Yeah, but in the red light and stop sign camera fund, we do have the interest income, and we do have some remaining revenue that we receive for the speed camera. So all these are combination of revenues can compensate the shortfall of the $1.3 million.
Okay. My last thing, I know it's late, but I guess these matters are important, is on a smaller note, the grant money that did not get realized for the CDBG stormwater project of $19,628, I had asked whether our assigned reserve contingency for unrealized grant funding might be pulled from for a purpose such as that.
This is relating to stormwater fund. Stormwater fund is it's different from the general fund, assigned reserve and unassigned reserve. So we have sufficient fund balance because I'm projecting our stormwater fund by the year end fiscal year 26 to be in a surplus. So even with this expenditure for write-off, we are projecting the stormwater fund to be in surplus. So it would not affect the fund balance of the stormwater, and we do not need to touch the assigned reserve.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more lights, would someone like to move the first reading ordinance approving the FY 26 budget amendment number 4?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselak. Any other points of discussion? I feel like we've talked about this thing enough. Seeing no new lights, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman. Aye. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak.
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Wesselak.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, would someone like to move for us to become the Stormwater Management Board?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala, for moving. Thank you, Councilmember Honzak, for seconding. All of those in favor of becoming the Stormwater Management Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are magically the Stormwater Management Board.
Mayor, excuse me, I see that there's a typo on the agenda, so this is, you'll know that this is a stormwater budget amendment that you're going to be voting on
Yes.
now. I left that word out. So.
No, I'm looking at the rolling that had it. All right, so with that, would someone like to move the first reading ordinance approving the FY '26 Stormwater Management Budget number 4?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Any points of discussion on this one? I think we've just talked about it. All right, awesome. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman. Aye. Councilmember DeValla.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Last item this evening is the Compensation Committee recommendations to remove, oh, no, I did not read that right. First reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 2.04 to address 2025 council compensation recommendations and remove outdated language. Would the clerk like to kick us off with describing modifications to the ordinance?
Yes, give me just a second. I
No worries.
apologize for the delay. Okay, a number of questions came up last week, or 3 weeks ago, on this ordinance. So it has been revised to incorporate the requests of council. So the final whereas clause now notes that the Council Compensation Committee will be formed again in 2029. The ordinance now includes a section on salary transparency to require posting of the current salaries annually by July 30th of each fiscal year. The ordinance reflects the constituent outreach funds available to the mayor and council, and the ordinance clarifies and confirms that the council is to receive the same in lieu of health insurance benefits offered to full-time city employees. And I think that covers everything that came up.
Yep, and I think
Did I
the
miss something?
only other, the salaries language, there's the whereas, but then there was a slight tweak to make it clear that the salaries have been adjusted 2022 to 2023, and then that adjustment continues.
Right, yeah, so that it doesn't look like nothing has happened since
Correct.
6 years ago.
Yes. All right. Any questions for the clerk? All right.
I just had a question. Where in the actual ordinance language is the thing about the constituent?
It is 2.04.101, so it says
I
line
see.
108.
I thought that was a crosshead. It's so late.
No.
It's underlined. Yeah, thank
All
you.
right. All right. Any other questions? All right. Perfect. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Did we?
Oh, we got to move it. Would someone like to move
So
the
moved.
ordinance? Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman. Aye. Councilmember DeValla.
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Yes, I guess. I'm sorry, I was pondering and abstain.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye.
So that is 7 voting in favor, correct? Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Sorry we kept you up so late, but everybody have a fantastic night.